Gonna let me in?
Try, and then we'll see.
Try, but I think ClassLink is broken. We'll probably have to go in directly through Office. Because we had to take the,
Nope.
server down.
Go to Office 365, that's how I.
Yeah, office.com.
Yes, ma'am. How was your day? Good? Yeah. Hello, Mr. Shaw. Hello, ma'am. Wonderful, and yourself?
Are those kids gonna still go to Michelle
Pichelle,
Elementary?
Pichelle. That's what they keep asking me. Is it Pichelle or Pichelle?
Michelle.
But I keep looking at the
Stacy, it's so you.
How you doing?
Oh, wait, it's doing something.
That boy got married.
He did. He did. And it was fabulous. Hi. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. England. Yeah. Just kind of in the middle of England. Shropshire. Thank you.
I think Mr. Diaz requested them so that everybody has to get them.
Yeah, I think this is the one that Miss Eaton was sitting in.
Oh, really?
I can barely see her over there.
You have the custody, do you?
Yes. I'm all for it.
Yeah, that's all right. We adjust.
I imagine our people budget is pretty high.
Which is what I named the folder, so that's what it is.
It just seems like we could have been emailed.
I think they were paper copies in the first place, so I think they ran the copies instead of scanning them probably.
We can get it by email as well. It's just that the system's down, so she can it in, she'll email them to us too.
I don't want them, but I'm just saying.
Sure.
I was going through my office.
And you have on
as
the
I was-
paper.
And I was telling Jen, it does not belong to me. It's not a home office. It's a Judson ISD office on remote location at my house.
That's a lot of paperwork.
But I still have white binders. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
My grandkids think they're so cool. Lots of white binders. I'm sure you do too.
Yeah, exactly.
Where do you store
Yeah,
them?
because it usually downloads when I
I
send
go through
download.
them if they're relevant, I eventually shred them, but when they do
It's in
store,
a,
it's
shows
in my
it in a
garage,
PDF.
or they're in my storage.
Good teamwork.
Like that.
I have boxes.
So it'll just,
I don't know if I'll need them,
it'll
eventually
just,
I'll throw them
you'll
away.
scroll down. Yeah, it's just a scroll down instead of.
But I save a lot more early on. I don't save as much now. I think it's started as,
Does that work for you?
Yeah.
before I saved everything.
That and get that smaller.
And I have tons of little books like this, and they don't want to stand up.
There you go.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are we
I'm
ready
trying
to start?
scan 'em, Deborah, I'm trying to scan them in now. I'm scanning them in, so I have electronic copy, and I'll put them in a folder if it's relevant.
Is he giving me the thumbs up, or are we good to go?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. This special meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 5:03 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken time to join us this evening. In compliance with State Government Code on open meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. Ms. Knoyer?
Present.
Ms. King?
Present.
Ms. Eaton?
Present.
Mr. Diaz?
Present.
Mr. Messina?
Present.
Ms. Pichelle?
Renee Michelle present.
And I'm Jennifer Rodriguez, and I am present. And sitting across from me is our superintendent, Dr. Ball. All right. So we will get started. Do we have any citizens to be heard? No citizens to be heard. All right. So we will move on to item 3A. We'll move on to our training items. So A, B, and C are discuss and adjust board goals, discuss progress measures, and discuss board advisory committee structures. And I will Is that not what we're talking? You're looking at me like,
Is that?
are we going straight into closed or?
Stuck in traffic, so
Okay.
we could start with this for now, or we could just wait.
I thought we weren't going to do the other two today.
No, we're going to do this one, discuss board advisory committee.
Right.
Yes, uh-huh.
Oh,
Okay. All right.
not
So
the
we'll
other
be
two.
discussing the board advisory committee structure.
Okay,
Okay.
so you want me to go ahead and go first then? Oh,
Sounds like it. Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, all right, great.
So we're not in closed.
No.
Is this on? Must be, he's not giving me a dirty look. Good evening. Sorry for the confusion there. All right, so tonight, one of the things that we're going to discuss, we've been kind of alluding to it, and I know I've had individual conversations with some of you, and I've had group conversations with the whole board, and one of the things that I think has come up is, how can we best utilize your time as a board and stay very focused on student outcomes. And one of those ways of doing that is the committee structure, right? And so how do we look at the committee structure in a way that actually helps you further your goals and stay focused on student outcomes? So when we look at board work, let's do a word check-in, just because. I'm sorry, I like to do that. How about a one-word check-in for everyone? Because I hadn't seen you guys in a while, and so I'd love to know just how everybody's doing. And we'll start here. Hot. Now that has so many different connotations. Yeah. Heat, okay, heat. All right, excellent.
I would say optimistic.
Optimistic.
Wait,
Grateful.
Rejuvenated.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Suzanne took mine, so I'm gonna go with sweaty.
Sweaty.
So hot over here.
I'm ready.
Ready. You get to go too?
Frustrated.
Frustrated, okay.
I'm anxious.
Anxious?
Fine.
Fine.
Now I need the internet.
Oh, yeah, that's
All right. I'm optimistic as well. So I'm excited about the work as we move forward. So I appreciate y'all checking in. And so this is what we're doing, right? This is our framework, student outcomes focused governance. So everything we talk about around board work is really about getting focused on student outcomes and making sure that we're hyper focused on what our kids know and what can they do, right? And so that they are prepared for the future that I know you want them to have. So we look at it from a perspective of board work, board meetings and board work. And you guys have seen this slide before, but this is kind of the definition of board work. And so when we think about the board authorized public meetings, any non-closed meeting authorized by the board and board president, including but not limited to workshops, hearings, and committees. So that is the definition of what a board authorized public meeting can be. And then board work is once again all of those things that operations designated by the state. Of course, you have oversight responsibilities as a board. Rules or items designated by the board's adopted student outcome goals, constraints, vision or values, and items that are not legally required, but that the board is, items that are not legally required that the board has not designated as board work are, by default, superintendent work, right? That's that delineation, that balanced governance that we've talked about. So I just wanted to put that in front of you because right now tonight we're going to talk about kind of the aspects of board work as it pertains to your meetings. So we're going to start with the committee structure and kind of unpack that and think about what your current structure is, what are the benefits of the current structure, what are the challenges with that current structure, and does it fulfill what you guys desire, which is to stay focused on student outcomes and to focus on board work. That's one part of it. The other part is the process, the structure, and the cadence of your board meetings. And how do those play into that framework that we've been talking about? Okay, does that make sense? So I just wanted to put this slide again in front of you guys. And I'll share these slides with you. so that you have it and you've seen it, and that's what we're talking about. So we're going on kind of beyond the vision now that we have done in the framework. So now we're into the accountability and structure, right? What does that look like? So when you think about it in your Lone Star Governance Handbook or integrity tool, it kind of starts to go into the next phase of governance because we've already done the vision and values. Any questions about this? Okay, so the board committee purpose, and I have a handout for you guys as well. These are going to be some recommendations, but first we're going to just talk about it. And can you read that? Is it too small? No. Good, good.
want me to dim the lights?
So when we talk about the board committee purposes, there's kind of 4 reasons. The role of the board's committees is to advise and support the work of the board, not to advise the district staff. So by virtue of you calling them board advisory committees, they are advisory committees, so they're not a challenge there, but we want to make sure that that's what we're doing, and is advise and support the work of the board. These are board committees. When you guys establish a committee, it's because you have defined a need to go deeper on something that is important to the work of the board. So when you guys are working as board members, you only have so much time. You all have families, you all have businesses, you all have all of the things that you need and that are required of your time. And so what we want to do is make sure that when we do spend your time on board work, that it's hyper-focused. So no committee may meet until the board chair has first defined the committee's chair, which board members will serve on the committee, and the committee's written deliverable, and the due date of that deliverable. So what does that mean to you guys? First of all, the committees that you have right now, the advisory committees, are not led by board members, and they're not designed or created by board members. So by virtue of that fact, those are not board committees. They are district committees with board members serving on them. I would say that, and what we're going to talk about tonight is really about recommendations too. Doesn't mean that you have to take every one of these recommendations to heart, but what I'm going to give you is what is true within this framework and the recommendations that I would make. Board members should serve and guide and own board committees. They should not guide or serve on superintendent or district committees. Those are for the districts to decide how they want to operate, how they want to move forward. Sometimes, therefore, and I'm sure you have district committees that are for exploring, innovations and ideas and curriculums, but that's all not in board work, that's in superintendent work, right? So we want to make sure we're continuing with that delineation so we have balanced board. So committees also don't need to go on and on and on and on. You may have a committee that serves a purpose, like a bond committee, where you explore something and it's done, and then it goes away. So you have a purpose, you have a deliverable, and you have a due date for that deliverable. You can also have standing board committees. Oftentimes boards do. The most frequent ones are going to be like audit committees or financial committees, sometimes called budget committees. Those are kind of the most frequent standing committees that boards have. But there are many other ad hoc committees that you can have to serve a purpose, and I'll give you some examples of those. So when we talk about that, I believe, and I would recommend, that board members should not serve on committees that are not board committees. Because too often those committees turn into work products. And then it becomes a board member directing the superintendent or her team or that committee on a work product. And that feels very much like management to me, and that can be very sticky. And it also takes you away from your focus, which is at the high level of how are we improving student outcomes for our kids? And how are we meeting the goals that you have set for this district? And so, doesn't mean that there's no legal prohibition about serving on advisory committees as long as they stay at advisory level. But the minute they go to something else, then there is some questionable behaviors. Yes, ma'am.
Like, I served on the insurance committee, and that felt really awkward for me because it was insurance for the employees and their families and stuff. I mean, I didn't mind being there, but I was there just receiving information because I had no point of reference for it. You know,
Yeah.
I not really ever had civilian insurance. And so I was mortified at the kind of money they have to pay for health insurance and stuff, but I really felt useless.
Mhm.
So is that a committee that falls under that example of what you just gave?
Yeah, exactly. You know, where in that committee for you did you feel like you were connected to the board work, to the things that you
There
were
was no-
supposed to be
there was no
doing as a
connection.
board member?
There was no connection.
Right. So then, in essence, and I'm sure that the superintendent has experts on our team that can talk about insurance and can guide the process of insurance, probably better than, I don't know, you guys all might be insurance agents, but I'm not. I certainly could not talk about that process.
I mean, I learned a lot.
Right.
But
So, you know,
What was
is
my-
that
what
a
was my
great use?
contribution?
Right. Is that a great use of your board time?
no, it wasn't.
So that's what we're trying to get at. This is what we're trying to, the whole thing is what we're trying to get at there. It's just what is the best use of your time? So I want to stop there because, you know, so I've kind of given you the board committee, and this is true board committee purpose, but you have advisory committees, and so I wanted to make sure that we had a discussion about how you feel about those. What do you think are benefit? What was the reasoning for you to build those out? Were they left over from previous okay, so this is a structure that's been in place for a long time, and is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and the committees that we have, and I think I have this in here. So this is your current board policy, in case you guys didn't know what it was. Here is a copy of it, so we can hand those around. So the president shall appoint, this is in your policy right now. President shall appoint members to special committees created by the board to fulfill specific assignments unless otherwise provided by board action. These committees may include district personnel and citizens. They don't have to, but they can. And the function of those committees shall be fact-finding, deliberative, and advisory, but not administrative. Special committees shall report their findings to the board and shall be dissolved upon completion of the assigned task or vote of the board. So, and then you have that the president of the board and the superintendent shall be ex officio members of all board committees. That is what you have in policy. That is not a legal requirement. And then there's some committees may transact business, so you can read that yourself. So that's what's in policy. It's a standard policy. It came off TASB's shelf. Almost every other board has them. There are a few boards now who have expanded this to focus more heavily on board work from a student outcomes focus. But that's what you have now, and that's not actually what you're doing now. So we want to get back into following our policy, or we need to change the policy. So if that's the policy, then these are your current, what you're calling board advisory committees, but in fact are not board committees, but district committees with board members on them. Which means that you don't control the committee, you don't have the agenda, and the deliverable is not by your design. And I know that all of you serve on them, and I assume you meet 3-4 times a year for each of those committees.
At least.
So I wanted to just put this in front of you and have you ask these kind of questions, right? So does this committee focus solely on either board's adopted goals, adopted constraints, or is the committee required by state or federal law? So if you look at those committees, can we say yes or no on those? Curriculum, instruction, and technology. You say, yes, that does focus?
Not solely, but yes, there is focus on goals because curriculum is about student outcomes.
Okay, so curriculum is about how to get to student outcomes. So, so I want us to, look at these and answer the questions based on the wordage that's in here, just because we want to make sure that we're very clear, right? So does it focus solely on the board's adopted goals, constraints, or is the committee required by the state or federal law?
Well, I know the one that I'm on, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm pretty sure I might be kind of off on this, that is recent and it is required.
Yes.
Because that's how I became a part of it. My job in the Army was preventive medicine, and this falls right into it. And so I volunteered for it because of that.
Right. So SHAC is a required committee.
Yes.
And so that is a committee that is a standing district committee that can have board members on it. But it is a required district committee.
None of the others are required,
Yeah.
correct?
No.
No,
Right.
they're not.
So when we think about that, the other three questions are, is this committee owned by the board, chaired by a board member, and voted on by the board? Committees, by their structure, all of you need to agree that it needs to be a committee, or at least the majority of you. Does this committee advise and support the work of the board and is not set up to advise or direct district staff? Does this committee have a clearly defined deliverable and a due date by when the committee will dissolve, whether or not it has delivered the deliverable? So committees, board committees by structure that don't deliver, that don't meet your objective and your purpose, there's two things that can happen. One is they dissolve. They're not a committee we need because they clearly aren't informing your board work. Or the second thing is they need to be restructured, maybe with a new purpose, new board chair, anything like that. And so each of these each committee that is a true board committee is chaired by a board member and owned, meaning you set the agenda and with the board. So the board decides the purpose and deliverable of those committees.
What role, if any, does senior staff or the superintendent play in committees? Like, I imagine that in order to do some of the work of the committee, senior staff would be necessary to gather information, but I'm curious how that plays a role.
Yeah, absolutely. So the superintendent, obviously, as your expert educator, and her team certainly can come into those board meetings at your request or be a member of those board committees at your request and bring you information that helps you dig deeper. You can also not have any staff on that committee. The superintendent generally is a part of every board committee, unless you very specifically specify. So that might be something that like a superintendent search committee or something like that. So you have to be very, very specific in that. But generally, you want your top educational expert on your committees. But that is something, they're not required. Board committees can be only 2 board members, 3 board members. They are public, even if there's only 2 board members or 3 board members. They still need to be public and they need to be posted so that the community know. We want complete transparency. You would want that anyway, so your community knows what you're working on.
So then, all except for the last bullet up there, those are not really advisory board committees. Those are district committees?
Yes.
District advisory committees?
District committees with board members on them to bring your own expertise, I'm sure. I know you bring tremendous curriculum expertise and probably bring that into any of those committee meetings.
But they're run by the district staff, right? They're the chair.
Yes. The agendas are set by the chairs of these committees.
Okay. And
So
that's okay, right? That's the way it should be?
for district committees, that's fine, but I would recommend that board members do not serve on those committees because of the chance that you no longer remain in an advisory role on those committees. When you start to direct district staff, and not everybody in this boardroom is on those committees, then it becomes not about board work with the 7 of you. It becomes about a single board member or 2 board members guiding district staff on operational. You see what I'm saying? So it's sticky, right? And it's not that it isn't done all the time. It is, but within this framework, it is not, in my opinion, the best use of your expertise or the responsibility that you have as board members.
Would it be okay if you're not assigned to it, but would just like to visit and sit in on a meeting? Would that be okay? As long as you're not interfering in, like if you just have concern about facilities and you're trying to make sure you're hearing what's going on other than what information we get provided at the board meeting, which is very thorough, by the way. But if there's something you're particularly concerned about and you know they're going to be discussing it at the facilities meeting, can we go and sit in on it just for our own edification?
Well, certainly I can't stop you from doing any of that. Board members are free to go into those meetings. They're not closed. In fact, the public should be allowed to go into those committees. In some cases, if board members are allowed, then the public must be allowed as well. However, my point would be that if you have a question, so let's say facilities, then it really is a question. If you have the question as a board member, then you should bring it up to your whole board and ask them, do we all have a question on this? Because then the information will come into a board meeting and it'll be provided to every board member. And that way there isn't information that only goes out to 1 or 2 board members, right? Because it may be that Trustee Diaz is interested in facilities as well, but his schedule doesn't permit him to go to that meeting. Your schedule might permit you to go to that meeting, but then you're the only one who has that information, and if then that information is brought into a board meeting without the rest of the board having it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
And so,
Because what we usually generally do is if you look at our regular agenda, toward the end, I can't recall how the question is worded or the statement is worded.
Board reports.
And it'll say,
Board advisory reports.
right, there we go, thank you, ma'am. And so if any one of us has attended one of the meetings, they give a brief summary of what they heard or didn't hear.
right. And so, if something in one of these committees is of particular interest to the board, then you can ask the superintendent, or you can put it on an agenda, or if it's really interested, like we are really struggling with facilities. I'm not saying that you are. I'm saying as an example, if as a board you say, we're struggling with facilities, I don't really understand this, the board is trying to resource these things, we don't have a full grasp of this, we need more information, then a board committee on facilities is what you should do, right? And you vote on that, and you say, what is the purpose of this committee? What is our deliverable for this committee? And then you might have to go to the district facilities committee meeting, invite them to your own committee and say, can you bring us this information, or you may want to go to outside sources and bring in information so that you as a board understand that. And then you come, if you're the chair of that committee, you come back to this board and fill your board members, your fellow board members in on that work.
So basically, for a board advisory committee, it would have to be a board member to chair that committee, to be the one to create that particular committee. And does that have to be voted on by all the board members?
Yes, it does.
In order to,
So
okay. And on average, about how many advisory committees do district usually have?
On average, I actually did a little informal survey. I called about 20 districts, and it's anywhere from 1 to maybe 4. And they're not, some of them are short-lived, right? The ones that happen the most often, as I said, was like a finance or a budget or an audit committee. And audit committees can live in 2 different ways. In big districts, audit committees are board committees with independent auditors that report to the board. So those are in very large districts. You can imagine Houston ISD has one, Dallas ISD has one, that are, and they audit a lot of different processes, right? So that's a different, that's a big standing board committee. There are districts that have equity committees, board equity committees, where they explore their own work as a board and how they are supporting their students' growth from an equity lens. And what does that look like? I have seen innovation committees, and I think I might have put some examples in here. Yeah. So these are kind of the ones that I've seen, but most of them average at about 2. You asked for the average. They usually have 2 to 3 tops, because it's also about your board work. And so if you have board meetings, you have trainings, you have special meetings, and then you have committee meetings, the goal is not to have you doing this work that you're not paid for 30 hours a month. The goal is to get you to where you can do this role and are hyper-focused on what you want to achieve as a board in as little a time as possible, but that time is so hyper-focused, right? So important, so that we are absolutely doing, focusing on that board work. Does that make sense?
So right now, one of the things that we've been talking about is security, because everybody is. But Mr. Macias was bringing it up. He wanted it on the agenda so that we could discuss it and make some hard decisions and get moving. We realize the state, they can't even get the governor to call a special session to answer all these questions, let alone everybody else's. But so would it be a good thing if we have a board advisory committee just for security until we get the answers that we need for what we're going to do when school starts? Because we only have a couple of weeks left.
If you want to take a deep dive, you could have a very short-lived committee, or you could bring that into board work, into the board meeting, which I think you're doing.
Yes.
But it depends if you have a purpose for that. Like if you have a very defined objective, like we need a report on this, this, and this, or we need to understand this and this. And so the purposes of this committee is to gather that information and put it together in a way that we can utilize it as a board in our decision making.
Right. Well, and see, I haven't even had a chance to talk to Mr. Macias about this, but like Saturday, I received 3 phone calls from some concerned mothers that are just freaking out over the, school is getting close. And I was like, well, they want to know from me, what are we doing? What are we going to do? Because one of them happened to have been watching our board meeting, and the question came up about security, and we didn't go into it. And she wanted to know why. And I told her, the district staff is gathering information for us, and they're going to provide it with us, and then we're going to talk about it. But the main reason we didn't is because the chief of police wasn't available to be at the meeting that day. So she's gonna be at the next meeting so that we can talk about it. I thought she was supposed to be.
She's
here.
here.
Somebody's here.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
See, so we are addressing it, but I
Right.
didn't have an answer for none of those parents. So I just basically asked them, could they just give us a little bit more time, and that it would be being put out at the meeting.
Right. No.
Dr. Ball
Dr.
wanted
Ball,
to
I'm sorry.
No problem. I didn't mean to interrupt or cut you off. I just wanted to say that Ms. Rodriguez and I spoke about the School Safety and Security Committee, and I wanted to do a little bit of research and bring this back. So on this committee that is part of Texas Education Code, Section 37.019, there are individuals who have to serve on it. This committee it requires 2 people: the school board president and a school board member other than the president. So this committee, I think, would definitely meet your needs of what you were just saying. And this is something that we talked about. We were supposed to meet on Thursday, but I did ask the team to postpone that because we hadn't notified the correct individuals.
Is the committee required, and then those people are required on it? Okay, got it. So
Yes.
this is
So
another
I-
one, kind
So
of like
that
the
would not
shack
be a board
that is like,
advisory.
okay.
No.
Okay.
And it's not a board committee either.
No.
It's a
no.
district.
It's a legal committee, which
That-
fits within this.
Right, so I brought this for you.
Okay, thank you.
Because I know you had asked me, just for more
Yeah.
information.
Okay.
So, what I was going to say, there's sometimes, periodically, the state will require us to have some committees
Yeah.
and things will change, and this is one of those
Got it.
examples.
So
Right.
that's something new they just did,
No, it's not new.
or we just weren't doing it?
I don't see
No,
a date on
we
here.
were doing it, back, Mr. Anthony used to, have those, but I don't remember who, at that time, what other board members served on it.
I was.
Oh, Ms. Michelle did? Oh, okay, Ms. Michelle did.
Oh, and who else?
I
Who
don't,
served on it with you?
I don't think anybody else came, just.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ball.
so, we're there also.
I remember being at one meeting, I do, but,
Okay.
yeah.
So hopefully today or sometime soon, Ms. Rodriguez will tell us who the other is. Then we can definitely invite that person.
Who else would be interested in serving on this committee?
Ms. Rodriguez, just for clarification, I want to say that Mr. Diaz did receive that email, but the reason he did, I think, is because we just picked him because
He was
the
going to be
board-
the other person. Yeah,
The vice president,
Okay.
I mean,
got it. Yeah.
that was the only rhyme or reason to it.
Yeah.
But I just want to repeat this maybe when he gets back, because I don't want him now to think, well, why was I uninvited?
Right, yeah. No, we talked about it, like,
Okay.
and I said that I'd talk to you.
And I don't know, he might be interested in
Yeah.
serving or not, I'm not positive, I don't know.
Got it.
Well, wouldn't you, Mr. Macias, since that's your bailiwick?
No, actually, the internal audit one I'll be bringing up today as a standing committee that we need to have, so there will be an internal audit committee. And then, of course, I have a high interest in the HR one that was committed, that we haven't started yet, that we're giving administration an opportunity to get their feet in place. I think that was a request by Dr. Ball to do
Yes, sir.
that, to wait. So we waited, so those are 2 others that we'll evaluate, but that's where I'm at.
Right.
That's
Right.
all, so I wouldn't have
Right.
time for that one.
Right, and yes, you did very graciously give me time, and I also hadn't really moved on it. I knew that we had postponed this once and we were having
Yeah,
this.
and I agree, this is a
And I
needed
wanted
conversation.
guidance on.
Yeah, absolutely a
Yeah.
needed conversation before we did that.
Right, so then that becomes a board meeting, a board committee, so Mr. Macias leads it, right? And
But that's what
I want
is determined by
clarification
the
Yeah,
as-
we're gonna discuss
Okay,
Yeah.
how that would play
Right,
out.
Right.
I just need to know what I do.
Yeah. So,
can
go
you-
ahead, I'm sorry.
Is it okay if the board members maybe take just a 5-minute break to get their dinner? So I don't want y'all's
Yes.
dinner to get cold?
And can we go into closed session?
We
for
can
the agenda-
definitely do that.
agenda items,
Mhm.
since the chief is here.
Is that okay with you, Patricia, to interrupt and like? we're
Yeah,
gonna
no, we're fine. We can,
jump
we're
to a
at
different
kind of a
item,
stopping
come back.
point,
Okay.
but we will come back to this
Yes, for
particular.
sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, of course.
So
absolutely.
chief was supposed to be the first thing on the agenda, and she was not. here yet. And so we
Wait.
moved on with the other
Could we
things.
stop for just 10 minutes? We could maybe whoever needs to take a restroom break or anything
Yeah,
like that?
yeah. So we're gonna recess. It's 5:39, and we'll recess for until 5:50.
Perfect. Yes, we do. But, yeah, let me just get dinner and then we'll start in just 10 minutes.
Oh, I gotta go to my car, I'm freezing.
5:39, yep. I asked Chief to, oh, sorry.
I called a recess instead of calling us into closed session.
Oh.
So let me read the script to
Yes,
do that.
yes. Let me, I think, do you have to do it right here, right?
I can go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, he's ready. Mhm.
All right, the time is now 5:50. We're gonna come back from recess, and, the, board is going to go.
Hold on, he can't hear you.
I turned it off. Chatting. Okay, the time is now 5:50. We're gonna come back from, our recess, and, we're actually going to go straight into closed session. So the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to, the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.076, and 551.089, deliberate the deployment or specific occasions for implementation of security personnel, critical infrastructure, or security devices. The time is now still 5:50, and we'll go into closed session.
Chief prepared some information and. Oh.
Okay. All right, the board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 6:50. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. So we're going to skip down to item 4, discussion consideration of action items. Item 4A, consider and take possible action to increase the number of police officers district-wide. Do we have any discussion on that or a motion?
I move that we allocate funding to increase officers in 2022, well, increase officers, period.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'll take a roll call vote. Ms. Knoyer?
Aye.
Ms. King?
Aye.
Ms. Eaton?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Macias?
Yes.
Ms. Pichelle?
Aye.
And I'm Jennifer Rodriguez, and I vote aye, so that passes unanimously. All right, we are going to resume where we left off in our training, talking about board committees.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna hand something out to you guys that is some recommendations that I've made. And then what I'd like us to do now, if it's all right with you guys, is to evaluate what you think might be possible committees that would be important to this board. And you can look at the ones that you have that are district committees, but we do need to redefine those as district committee. They're not board committees. And so you can choose to create board committees that follow in those, or you can create whole new ones ad hoc. So let's have that discussion. So what I'm giving you now is just a write-up from some of the conversations we've had and some processes that go through what we would do to form new committees.
So Patricia, while those papers are going around, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
Will we immediately cease then with our activity with whatever committee we are on? Will that cease immediately?
That is up to the board. My recommendation, I mean, if you have unfinished business and you need to finalize them, but I would set a pretty tight timeline to sunsetting those or pulling the board members off of them.
Right, it didn't work in that type of structure that there was like this concrete project or something.
It wasn't that way.
Deliverable.
at all.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to show you guys, so that's where, you know, if it's an advisory board that you feel, Dr. Ball, is that you benefit from having team members, citizens, students, however you want on it, then you should continue it, but I think you should change the name. And my recommendation to the board would be that board members do not serve on those committees.
Yeah. But would I, like, curriculum and instruction committee, I think that's what it's called. I'm trying to think of the official name.
On the website, they're called board
Oh, they are?
advisory
Okay, then I'll
committees.
change the name. I'll change the name, okay.
To district advisory.
Committees.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Okay.
you determine those. Those are yours.
Okay.
Does that make sense to the board?
Continue- I just want to know if we continue going to those meetings.
I'm thinking the answer is no, is what I'm
Okay.
thinking.
All right.
Well-
What y'all are thinking?
My recommendation is that those, and I think I put it in here, is that those, you would no longer be a part of those committees, that it is not, in my opinion, a good use of the board's time.
Okay. I
But
just wanted to know.
that is not a
if it's
decision that
immediate.
I get to make, so that is the board's
There'll
decision.
be some that we probably won't continue because they were very poorly attended. So we'll look at different ways.
Mm.
But the SAC one,
The required ones.
Yeah, the legally required ones are different, like the
Right.
one you just mentioned before,
Right,
and,
the one that I just
Right.
gave you the information.
So the one that we talked about when you had stepped out to take the phone call was the School Safety and Security Committee, and that does have to have the board president and another school board member on it.
Okay.
And that's a state mandated committee.
And is our person going to be you two?
Well, definitely me, apparently.
Right.
And, and then I think that we'd be open to if there's interest from somebody else, if you are interested, or if
Right,
somebody
if
else.
anybody's interested, I don't wanna just call it because I'm VP or
I'm
anything.
interested.
Okay, all right, so then,
Is anybody else
ask.
interested?
that was easy. Me and Suzanne will do it.
Okay, that's it. And just,
So, because I just want to make sure I understand.
Certainly.
You know, I'm a little
Yeah.
slow. So the one that I'm on with Christina, so I have to set the agenda for that now?
No,
No,
ma'am.
you're done with that.
Oh,
No, she still has to be on it, but
Oh,
that's
I'm sorry,
an
on the shack.
exception
Oh.
where you don't.
Yeah, I'm
have to.
sorry, I
still
wasn't.
do that one.
But it's
Okay,
not-
wait.
It's not a board advisory, so we're gonna lead it.
Okay, I just come to the
You
meeting.
just participate.
Oh, okay.
Because
Okay, I just
there
wanna
are,
make sure I do
the
right.
requirement is that board members are on that,
Right,
right?
just like
At
the-
least one,
Yeah.
okay.
So who would report?
Well, you are required to give a shack report, aren't
Right,
you?
but she's still gonna be on it.
I
Oh.
get that.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
asking about who will be doing the reporting.
Christina.
Okay.
Yeah.
Statute requires that the shack have annual report at least.
Right.
But we could ask for a biannual if wanted to.
Yeah.
But staff should report it in order to ensure
Right.
that we follow the framework and that you're not holding the bag on understanding every dynamic.
I get it.
Right.
Yeah.
Just like on the safety one, there should be, I assume that part of that is there is a reporting requirement to the board.
Right, so I'm gonna go back to our agenda, and so just to double check. I'm gonna just name them. The curriculum, the facilities, the finance, the growth and planning, unless I hear otherwise, those will not be board advisory committees.
I think what we're going to talk about next is what are going to be
Okay.
the board
Right.
advisory committees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to show you guys some examples of how other boards have had committees and like their purpose, the deliverable, their deadline. These are things that they write into policy about their committees. So that I have several examples because I wanted you to see these. These are not to make recommendations that these are the type of committees you should have, but I wanted you to see how they were structured. So for instance, this committee is a board operating procedures committee, not an unusual one, usually an ad hoc committee that rewrites board operating procedures.
Bless you.
Bless you. And so oftentimes boards will have this. I think you guys maybe have even had this type of a committee, but there isn't a real clear deliverable or a very clear deadline. Bless you. So, you know, the way this works is we need to be able to say, here is the trustee who's chairing it, and if there's other board members on it, then that's fine. And then what is that deliverable, what is the deadline, and what is the clear purpose? So as we're thinking about what should be the board committees, be thinking about, do you have a clear purpose, and is that purpose aligned with the goals and constraints and the board work you've set? Does that make sense? So
Is every, so when we're looking at the committee, is every action item that the committee is doing ultimately going to come to full board?
comes to the
For
full
action,
board
right?
for action.
So there's nothing in there that's frivolous because it's all going to have
Right.
full committee, full
Yeah.
board action.
So your committee leads that work and then comes back to the board with the deliverable, whether that's a recommendation for an action or whether that's information, whatever you choose is the deliverable. But it needs to, you know, what you don't want is to have a committee that's doing a bunch of work that you don't do anything with, right? You don't want that. So, you know, making sure that those committees get to a point where they deliver something that helps you make better decisions for your students. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It does, and also just to echo what we talked about in the past, that these committees can be structured to take items that will be potential future agenda items to add more depth to the discussion. For example, if a community member came to an advisory committee and they wanted to you know, I don't know, whatever, they wanted something. And so we then requested, okay, let's look a little deeper into whatever this issue is. The committee could take that issue and then build into it by having staff report on that, whatever the situation is, and eventually run it up to the full board for action.
So I want to make sure that I'm clear. So when, like a community advisory board,
The advisory committees are board advisories that were initially designed to be community, with a lot of community input. So I guess we have not, and at least I haven't seen us differentiate if they're going to be strictly board member committees, or we're going to have an element of community in these board advisories. So I guess that's a distinction.
These
first
are
we should
board
probably-
committees, not board advisory
Right.
committees, correct?
these are
So
board
you're
committees.
recommending zero community input with these board committees?
I only recommend if you want community input, just like you might want staff input, if it helps you get to the deliverable that you're trying to get and meets your purpose. Now, there is something, and I think I have an example of it, of a community, community engagement strategy committee that is a board committee, and it has a very clear purpose. And this is about establishing two-way communication with our community, between the board and the community, so that the community understands the purpose of board goals, of board constraints, of board work. So it is a clarifying committee that brings community in to make sure that they fully understand what the board is doing and what the board's purpose is and where your vision and values live. They also, but it's a two-way conversation, right? So you're also learning what their vision and values are. And that should help you drive how you set vision and value goals. Does that make sense? So that's a very different thing. But if you have a committee, let's say you have a board committee on finance or budget or something like that, then I'm not sure that that would be, like, I'm not sure why you would want your community to come into that and give you feedback or input. I'm not saying that it's not done.
Yeah, and
I'm just
I'm
saying,
trying to-
but if you have like an equity committee, then you might want to bring students in, right? You might want to bring parents in. You might want to do that.
And that's more or less what I'm thinking, because there's still the standing committee on HR. And I'd like to see that become a committee that could potentially be advisory in nature and engage the community in some capacity. The equity could be one of those under that umbrella. Retention, addressing turnover, things like that, that would be advisable for a larger group to have a discussion about what we could do to work together. So even on my own District 4 advisory committee that I formulated, our last meeting, I left with a clear distinction that the committee wants better communication on campus. So now I'm going to advise those two committee members, let's talk to District 4 campuses about that engagement. That's an example. So we can't get input from community members regarding situations to help us be more receptive. So that's sort of the element I feel that may be missing if we go strictly board on every one of them.
So,
And I do have a question about that too.
okay, so let me
Yeah,
just,
I can wait,
any community meetings that you have as a board member are not board, that's not board work. That's your board work.
It's my responsibility to the
Right,
community,
that's not
absolutely.
this board work, so it shouldn't, it might influence how you place things on agenda, but it would not influence how, drive this board. I'm not saying, I think all trustees should be talking to their community, so I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying that is not a board committee. That is a community one-on-one with Trustee Macias, where you get feedback from your community and you lift that up to the board because you're listening to your constituency. That is one aspect, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the board as a whole said, we need to have better two-way communication with our community so that they understand what we're doing around board goals and constraints and vision and values, then we're going to establish that. Then that's a board committee. Does that make sense? So they're two different things.
I mean, I'm not totally unwilling to accept board only. I just want to understand, because initially the premise back in 2011, when I brought this discussion up, it was to have community input in a myriad of things, which included curriculum, you know?
Just to be clear, we're not taking it away, right? So we're just saying,
No,
these forums are us, but then district will still have forums where a community voice is present, because that is the right forum. So-
under the admin part of it, is what you're saying, like the growth and planning would
Correct.
stay. Well,
Yeah.
that's what I wanted to understand too, if we're then just doing that distinction. You are recommending board committees only with board members.
You might have a staff member on it, or you might have
Yeah.
Dr. Ball on it, you might have, it depends, or an expert, right? You might invite expert testimony of people outside, and that could be community members that come in, but they're not a member of your committee. Does that?
So how will he be able to continue to do his District 4 community sessions?
It's separate.
It's
How
separate.
will he be able to still do that as a board member, but only his district, just whatever way he sets that up?
Every trustee can speak to their community
Correct.
and have set up coffees or standing meeting times or any of that. That is perfectly within your purview as board members. And I think there's a whole nother process, and it's a very, I recommend it because I think it's a really strong process, is to start to build better two-way communications with your community as a board. How do you involve them in, making sure they understand? There's a lot of different things, but that is not the committee process. So there's a lot of different ways you can do that. If you have a standing time when you invite your constituents to come and talk to you and give you recommendations, then that gives you information. That's not the work of this board, and you don't speak for the board when you sit in those meetings. Does that make sense?
No, and that's how I've handled it as an advisory. But again, just trying to differentiate the distinction here you're recommending, because I'm just trying to take it in. So again, board committees, board members, 2 per committee, is that your 3?
Whatever you want.
Okay.
There's no recommendation, but those are public meetings. So just so you know, the community is invited to them. They're just not members of those committees.
Okay.
So.
Can I ask
yeah,
Dr. Ball first
Yeah.
and then come to you? Yeah.
So I just want to understand, because I could have misunderstood something that Mr. Macias said, and see how this would work. So Mr. Macias has his committee. They identified that communication was a problem. Then, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but then Mr. Macias says, okay, communication's a problem. So then that committee, and maybe this is the part I misunderstood, goes to the District 4 campuses to work on communication?
Well, that's not a committee. That's a conversation, a discussion that Mr. Macias is
So
having
did I
with his.
misunderstand?
What I'm envisioning, just to tell you what I'm thinking, is that I will empower the committee then to talk with parents at different campuses, and then we will coordinate if there's similarities in this communication issue, and it'll identify every District 4 campus to see then what the recommendation to me would be to bring forward. To say, Dr. Ball, I met with my advisory, these are the things we've talked about, and let's talk about it. If I got to put it on an agenda, then I'll put it on a future agenda. But I need to engage my community, and that's one way that I can say, listen, don't complain, let's see what we can figure out. And
So,
that's the issue.
I'll give you an example of how I've seen this work in other districts. So, generally, like there might be a feeder pattern group that is community members, right? Parents that come together and say, you know what, we care about our Judson ISD kids all the way, we care about high school, but we also care how they're getting here and everything. And so we're the parent group for that Judson High School, right? Feeder pattern. Do you have feeder patterns?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to speak out of term. But And they might invite, I've seen trustees be members of those groups because they sit in, because that's a high school in their trustee district, member district. And so they sit in, but they're not the ones guiding that meeting. They're just the ones sitting in, and they also can give feedback, they can take in feedback, but it's just important to understand the distinction is whenever you meet with your community and you get feedback from your community, that is feedback that you as an individual board member gets, and it is not the work of the board. It is not board work until you lift that into board work. And that can be done through, like, let's say if you feel, if all of you came together and said, you know what, we keep hearing from our community that there's a communication issue. We keep hearing, all of you are hearing it. You're hearing it. I hear from our parents. I hear. You might come together as a board and say, maybe we need to have an ad hoc community or communications committee for this purpose to establish this deliverable. And then you do it, and you might invite some of your community members to give testimony to you on that committee, and then you would make a recommendation as a board to something that could create change. Does that make sense? That's kind of a stretchy example. But when you meet with your group of parents, parents, you're not guiding those parents to do whatever they do. You're listening as a board member to get their feedback for what's happening, checking the pulse of your community. That's what I'm assuming that you're doing, that anybody who's doing that in their board meeting or with their community is listening. And then bringing that information, if it's critical, to your board. If it's unique to a particular campus, then I assume you recommend those parents go to the proper channel. Does that make sense?
Just to make sure that I could illustrate it, with a committee, because it is an official committee open to the public, would we follow something as clean as this, which would also include a citizens to be heard section where people can give testimony for the agenda items that are set forth?
So you're not required to post it as like a regular board meeting, so you don't have to have a place for parent or for community members to give public comment, but you could invite that if you felt like that was an important element to informing in that committee. So for instance, if you had an equity committee, to me, if I had an equity committee, I would want to hear from students. Mm-hmm. I would want students to come in and I would pose certain questions and say, what's your experience in this? And start to gauge. You might use the data that your superintendent gives through a student survey. You might do some different things, but there's a lot of different ways that you could establish that. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a good balance, because if the committee, and I've seen this work, if the committee is the board members with a staff person assigned as a subject matter expert and facilitator for resource, and let's say Tanya's heading this committee, and the committee identified 3 things that they're going to discuss this month, then that gets posted. Doesn't have to be from what you're saying statutorily, but it should, because that's what we're here for. And then folks could attend the meeting, because it is open.
Right.
They could sign up to speak to those items, but the committee itself can also tap individuals that they feel should be presenters on those items. So, and that's a very well-structured way.
Right.
It balances ensuring that the board members drive the agenda and drive the conversation, but that community voice, to Jose's point or concern, I'm not sure, is not lost. It's still part of it, mm-hmm. but it's not the driving agent. The board members are. The driving agent for community is those district committees where it's structured differently. Is that a fair way to?
Yeah, I mean,
a potential way to do it?
You can create the structure that works for you. I don't know that structure would work for every committee.
Sure.
right? And nor that I would think that you would want. Like, if it's a very technical committee on, something that is like the budget, something that's budgetary or finance or, security even, right? Some of those, maybe security you could invite in, but something like that, I would think that what you would want to invite in are subject experts. To come and talk to you about those things so that you have a full understanding of what is happening somewhere else, right, that is successful. You might invite an expert that could share that information with you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'm not saying that you wouldn't have public, community members giving you testimony or coming to speak to you. If you want to set that up, you can do that. You could even set up, the first part of your meeting is two-way conversation with your community. And then your community goes away or your community goes back into the audience and you go do your committee agenda. You can set it up any way you want, but it is the board that owns that, and you need to have a clear purpose for that committee. It can't just be like, we're going to touch on everything. So your community needs to speak to you on the purpose of that committee.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
On a security committee, could it be closed to the public?
I'm sorry?
On a security committee, could it be closed to the public?
I think we would have to check with the lawyer on that.
Would be concerned about.
Yeah. And I don't know how I haven't seen that, the new TEC regulation either on
I
that.
can
So.
send it to you tomorrow. I only brought that one copy. Or
Mr. Diaz
I can
is
make you
taking a
copies.
look too.
Mr. Diaz, can I borrow that to make copies for? And I'll make copies for everybody, sorry. I'll make copies for everybody.
So you can't make copies. There's no electricity.
It won't even let you make copies?
No.
She,
You gotta pay like.
that's where she had to go.
Swipe your badge.
Yeah.
Had to go to Kinko's or something?
FedEx, I can go there. I go there all the time.
I'll email it to everybody. I apologize. I'll email it.
Because
Trustee
you have a
Fischel.
quota on the number of copies.
Well, I have a couple of questions.
The little little badges that we use.
Number one, in these board committees, for these board-driven committees, we will have an agenda,
Yes.
and it will be posted for the public.
Yes.
And we stay within the constraints that any other agenda must be posted within 72 hours.
I believe so. I'm going to double check that just to make sure what the legality is. But it's always good to have transparency, full transparency and consistent transparency. So.
And the other thing that I'd like to know is, shoot, I just lost my thought. I hate when I do that.
One thing I'll name, and I don't know if this is common, but I was looking at a couple other districts, and one other district, the one that I looked at most closely showed the agenda was exactly the same every time for the committee meeting. So it was like, we're going to do this, we're going to discuss some things, and like that was essentially the language. And I don't believe there was public comment on it, but it was posted with the other board
Don't
meetings.
have public comment.
Yeah.
They might invite testimony from folks. But most of them look like this. I mean, they have a purpose, they have their deliverable, and they have their deadline, and then they have, this is what we're discussing today. And they may not go into any more detail than that. And then I'll have the board chair listed, and or the committee chair listed, who is a board member, and any other members of the committee.
Okay, I remembered what I wanted to ask. Do these meetings need to be on JISD campuses?
That I don't know. I'm going to find that out for you. All the ones that I know about are on district property. They may not be on campuses. They're mostly like in district offices. Where do you hold your advisory committees now?
Either in this room, at JTech, or at JECA. All district buildings, I should just say.
So that's probably where you'll have them, because you don't want to have them in one they're board committees, so they're not specific to single members districts. So you probably wouldn't want to have them in a, where that feels like that's only a single member district meeting, right? Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you have them in the district. I don't think there's a legality about it, but I think that's just a good practice, right? And most of these committees, meet 4 times a year. So they're not like meeting every month or anything like that. They're meeting 4 times, or they're meeting, 3 times until you get the deliverable, right? And you set the deadline. So you might say, this committee is only for a year. Here's your deadline. Here's your deliverable. Get it done. In your year, you have 4 meetings to do it. And the reason that is because we want to make sure that we're not putting a whole nother set of hours and hours of work on top of the board members. And also, if you're inviting the district staff to come to present, then you don't want to put more, time, you don't want to take more of their time as well. So you have to be, that's why I want these committees, for you guys to be very thoughtful that there is a true need and purpose for these committees, because we want them to be focused.
Yeah, that's what that's like about how many
Right.
meetings and what is the average amount,
Yeah,
so.
and I have another document that I'm gonna share with you after this that kind of talks about committee cadence, right? Like our meeting cadence, not just committees, but all meetings. And ideally what we get to is, like if we could get to the perfect meeting time cadence, we would have about no more than 4 hours a month of board time, including meetings and committees. That's the ideal. We might not get there. I'm not saying we're going to get there, but that would be the ideal, because it would be 4, and if you got to 5 hours, but if you think about it, if you did 4 hours a month of really highly focused board work that was critical to the success of your student, that is meaningful. And your community sees that, and your superintendent is then empowered to go back and spend much more of her time with her team actually doing the work of implementing to get to those student goals. So that's where we want to get to.
Well, it makes me think that, if we put 8 hours, can we be the best district in San Antonio and Texas? So it's one of those, you have to find, you need to find where that intersection is.
Right.
Because I do believe the more you put in, the more you'll get out. So 4 hours sounds very little. We've never been in that world. But
doesn't count the research and the reading of your packets and the doing the things that you.
4 hours is I mean, that's.
Right. This is just public meeting time.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. But that's sort of what I'm thinking. What does it take for us to be number one? And from the board, what do we need to do? And if it means more time.
More time does not always equal more quality.
This is always volunteering you for more time.
But I'm just saying, it's funny, because that's simply what you would think. If you're giving a number like that, then obviously what do we need to do to be the best? That's ultimately what
I think she's just speaking from an efficiency sake. If our district is performing at the highest levels, we can actually decrease the time that we need to spend in meetings.
If and when we get there. But yeah.
So on this schedule, it would be 6 hours a month. So 4 hours was way optimistic, right? Maybe irrationally optimistic. But 6 hours, completely focused, working smarter, is a doable thing. Okay, so I wanted to, so I have several of these examples. I don't know if they're helpful for you or not. But what I'd like to do now, if you feel like this is the time, let's maybe have some dialogue around what do you think would be committees that might be something, and we can just brainstorm first and then narrow them down. So I might bring the whiteboard over if that's okay.
Of course.
Okay. Any other questions about the process though, and what we're trying to get to?
You're asking a question about process?
I'm asking if you guys have any more.
Oh.
No, just keep going, keep going, yeah. I do, but keep going, it's already 8, so.
Would you like some snack?
Jamie.
God, it's hard,
No, that's more than enough.
but thank you.
Judson read. All right. So maybe we can just, like, what pops into your mind? And I think everybody, we can go around the horn and just see if anything pops into your mind. Will that be okay? And then we'll write them down and we can kind of brainstorm and narrow and narrow and narrow, and then we'll get to a point where hopefully we'll have that finalized. Does that sound all right to you guys? Okay, so does anybody want to start?
Mr. Macias has already floated some ideas. Do you want to go first?
Well, we authorized a retention committee.
Yes, it was.
I was trying to look up how we'd worded that.
Include any of the purpose deliverable deadlines.
All right.
So that's one that.
Right, so we'd need to outline that.
All right, retention, teacher retention, I see.
Yeah.
Employee.
Employee,
not teacher.
not specific to teacher, but yeah, employee.
Okay, so we're just gonna list them right now, and then we'll get to, like, we'll narrow them down, and then we'll talk about purpose and deliverable.
The other one is the internal audit committee. That will be
God bless you.
Say what?
The internal audit committee.
Okay. Who else has one?
So I have innovation, policy, and legislative.
3 different ones?
Just for consideration, not married to anything. Knowing that they could also be ad hoc or time specific.
It's going to be a legislature here, isn't it?
Huh?
It's going to be a legislature this year, right?
Next year.
Ethics,
Ethics?
ethics committee.
Board ethics or
Board
district ethics?
Board ethics.
Board policies. Oh, it's already done.
I liked the equity idea.
Yeah, but, and I guess that can kind of fit up under, I guess, retention.
You what? I'm sorry.
What does?
I guess the equity, well, I guess
But,
under
yeah, but-
H, if you're talking about HR, well,
I was thinking student outcomes more tight, like equity of student outcomes and things like, but yeah.
And you're thinking equity in personnel?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. So that could be under retention, wouldn't it? If we're talking personnel?
I mean, it certainly could filter in here. I would
Yeah.
just make it a part of this committee. I wouldn't make it a separate.
Yeah, that's what we're.
But you could also talk about it in this. The other thing is that these need to be linked to board goals or board constraints, right? We can't just create, unless they're legally required. Right. Or resources.
And so now this is sparking in me some clarifying questions that I didn't ask before. So I noticed on one of the templates, it looked like there were 3 members on the committee. Is that pretty typical? I mean, it seems like you couldn't have 4 because then you've got a quorum, so it's got to be 3 or less. And
Yes.
if you only, one person does not a committee make, so is 3 the sweet spot?
At least 2 board members.
Okay.
And then you can put, like the superintendent could be a part of it.
Okay.
Or she could designate someone,
Okay.
her representative, to be part of it, or something like that.
And do board members typically, like, if we did decide to have, say, 4, which you said was kind of the upper maximum for sustainability too, right? Like, then, or even 3, it seems like a few people might need to serve on multiple committees to hit that. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Board members don't have to serve on committees. So if you, on the board.
You can decline. Is that what you're saying?
And the way most policies read, including your own, is the board president assigns the chair of those committees.
Yeah, okay.
Anybody else? Anybody else have a committee that's, or a desire, it doesn't have to be, they're not all gonna end up as committees. Some of them can be lifted up to board work without a committee.
I don't see two of them that I would think would be on there. They don't have finance or curriculum specifically.
I would think of a
So-
should there be a bond committee?
But yeah,
You will
And Mr.
find
Atkins
that
brought
I
up,
will- I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Atkins just brought up too, that if we're thinking about going out for another bond, that we would maybe need a bond committee.
Okay.
That's a lot of committees.
We're not gonna do all of them, I
Start narrowing,
promise.
right? We're gonna narrow now. So what we're gonna do is
Exactly.
Yeah.
start to
No
talk
thanks.
about purpose. So let's think about the purpose of why you would recommend the board to have this particular committee. And I would urge you.
At this time.
At this time, right? They don't, that doesn't mean they go on forever, right? They can be sunsetted. And I would urge you to look at these with regards to your board goals and your constraints, and think about even down into the progress measures, all of those things, but should be linked in there. Like, how are these helping you be more informed so that you can, make recommendations and make good decisions? Probably those decisions will be resource decisions and things like that, because that's what will be lifted up to the board. They won't be, but some of them could be strategic recommendations.
I have a question about
Okay.
one. We just voted to establish an internal audit department that would report to the board. Do we also need an internal audit committee then, since they're going to report to the full board? And the board should be directing what we want the auditor to look at, and that shouldn't come just from a committee.
So let me make sure there's two ways.
I want to make sure that we're not having a committee that's not necessarily,
So you have an internal audit department.
that was just established, and we haven't, I don't think we
Yeah.
hired anybody.
What do you
We
mean
have
it
not.
reports to the board?
Well, what happens, obviously, with the internal audit function, there's a Texas Education Code that permits the board to hire an internal audit mechanism. So that's been established. We have put forward to have the department, but it's going to take time. So I'll be bringing it back so we can discuss it as an agenda. But there has always been, and I won't say always, because Ms. Canori might be right, there may be boards that don't do this. But in some cases, they have a 3-member internal audit committee to kind of work through things. And then obviously the information reports all to the board, because as a board, we then collectively will approve the audit plan. But what I've seen in other districts is they have a subcommittee, and that subcommittee helps get things moving, because a full board can't always meet to get things going from an operational standpoint. So that's what the internal audit committee would be functioned with.
So you're right. I've seen it both ways, right? It depends how extensive, like what you're trying to solve for an internal audit. So is it looking at every process?
And let me just tell you what would happen, because again, I'll present this to the full board, but we're talking about it now. The idea is that we would focus on a plan for acquiring a department. So let's just say we've done all that. We're past all that now. Now we have actual department, or we've had a third party, whichever we decide to eventually go to. Now we need to figure out the level of risk assessment to conduct. Are we going to do a general risk assessment? We talk to the internal auditor, they talk about cost, we bring it to the board, we discuss it, do we want to do it? Once we do the risk assessment, it'll identify 24 different areas. We narrow our focus to those top 3, if you will. And then we get reports on those top 3 as we go and until they conclude. And of course, the internal audit committee would then work through, and then bring it to the full board. That's sort of the vision and the way the process, the way I see would play out.
Okay.
And it made me ask, I wondered if that committee would be separate, because it plays a different role than some of these other committees.
It
So,
could be a standing committee.
Yeah.
But, okay, so it depends, the board would make that decision, right? Do you want it to be, there's a, if you have I'm not positive, if you have an internal department, meaning that there is one person who comes and reports to the board, however they run their department, or if Dr. Ball runs that, has somebody, but there's one person, and if that's an internal auditor that is an internal auditor to the board, then that has to be codified in policy, because that's a second employee. So that's just important that we need
we
cross
approve-
all the Ts on that legality.
We approved it, but yes, if we go into a contract where we actually extend an offer to an employee and an assistant or something, we would then talk with our legal to make sure that we've done the appropriate steps. But I guess I'm still running through the idea.
So I think your point is, do the three committees that are kind of functions of the board, SHAC, security, and
Internal audit would be
that,
one.
and internal audit, are we considering those three as part of your four as a best practice?
No.
Or separate two?
They're
Is that your
separate.
question?
Yeah, that's basically.
Because they're required by law.
Yeah.
I mean, you
The
can
internal
have
audit
any
committee
more
is
than that
not,
if you wanted
though.
to.
It is
So,
by
right.
our policy.
Well, the first two are required by law.
Yeah.
So,
But it's similar to what Mr. Diaz says. It's just different. It's a standing committee. I think that was the word you used.
Right.
And so the objective would be continual as we evaluate risk in the district and where we would like to have some of these audits conducted. But that would be a full board decision.
What I might suggest is that before making it a standing committee, because the department doesn't exist yet, right? Like there's money for it, but it doesn't exist, is creating a committee to get that in motion, to set the vision for the department, like create a job description for what it is, talk to legal about what things in policy need to change or things like that, have that be time bound. And then that committee could make a recommendation about what is the structure coming out of that the audit department, like, does it need a standing committee in a district this size, or does it make sense for them to report to the full board,
that
do
could
some
be a fair
investigation
question.
of that?
yeah,
That
like
could
an
be
audit
fair.
planning
Right.
Yeah.
committee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
with the short term,
Right.
here's
Yeah.
the purpose is to determine how we would want to move forward
Mhm.
with this.
And
from a-
some of my, just to put it out there, some of the hesitancy for the department is that it's hard to find the department. I may recommend, or we as a subcommittee may recommend to the full board that we may need to do a third party
Right.
with a consultant because we can't find personnel. So we'll discuss that when we get to that.
Mhm.
I haven't determined it yet.
Right.
But it's still fresh. It just passed a couple of months ago.
So it'd be
So-
that would be good committee work,
Yeah.
right? Because we don't want it to take up a lot of your board time, right? So you could have a committee with 2 or 3 members, bring in your experts, examine how, maybe best practices, I can send you some best practices too, but you can reach out to other districts, you all can do that, and then establish what you want from an audit department, and how then that reports up to the board. So that would be, I think,
Mhm.
where you, I
Sure.
think that's a great
That's
Yeah.
perfect.
suggestion, right?
Okay.
Okay, so let's leave that one alone. So we kind of have a little bit here. All right, so the employee retention committee, what would you think is the purpose of that committee?
To reduce turnover, to look at the increase in employee retention, identifying where some strategies, and then working with administration to execute them. But essentially needing to have a mark. Our turnover rate compared to the state, compared to the county, Region 20, would need to be evaluated. So that's essentially the reason that I asked for it.
So this would be my my question around that. I think it's an important nuance, and it's obviously important to this board because you set a constraint around it. So there is a superintendent constraint that speaks to employee retention. And so it's already board work. It's already going to come in front of this board, and you're already holding your superintendent accountable to strategies that improve retention. So once again, my question would be, why would we need an additional committee to do work that you've already established as a priority, and you've already are holding your superintendent accountable through the superintendent evaluation to improving employee retention?
Well, because I do believe in a team approach, right? And so the element of the board being able to help evaluate retention challenges, like compensation for one, are we overworking, our job description, strategies like that need to be evaluated could go in parallel motion with the superintendent, because unfortunately, the board steps away. Like you just said, we let administration do their work, but they're also focused on other stuff. And so as a team, we come together and we work on the policy part of it. We work on the budgeting for compensation part of it, the higher level stuff that will enable this board to make better decisions when we get to that time again. And it supports administration. I mean, it would be we'd be talking a lot. You know, we would ask subject matter experts to come in to talk about, you know, retention issues. And then retention is general, because like I said, compensation is under that. Number of years employees are with the district, turnover, there's all kinds of stuff that are under that. But it all goes back to student success. If we don't have top talent and we're not retaining employees, then we're having a turnover in this district, which historically has been what Justin's been. You get your experience and you move on. So there has to be sort of a stop. And that's why this committee, I think, was important enough to formulate.
Mr. Macias, so I think like you've outlined a strong purpose. What would the deliverable be? What would you envision that being? So looking at the example that's up there, like how might you formulate a deliverable that would be for this committee?
There would be a couple, and again, this is why we have the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just all what I think, right? But some of the thoughts that come to my mind are that we look at the amount of money we're spending on employees. I mean, that's really the biggest part of our budget, 83% to, I think, Mr. Atkins said 93% recently. So there's a lot of compensation involved in that, so evaluating compensation historically, trends in that respect, because every dollar we spend, we have to approve. So one of the deliverables would be to look at trying to reduce the amount we spend on personnel, because at 93 to even 83% is not sustainable. We're going to have some challenges in meeting other program deliverables later. So that would be one example of something to focus on. The next obviously would be...
Just to unpack that one real quick.
Sure.
How does that differ though from our budget process already?
Because
we're going to have that discussion already.
We don't have extensive enough discussion during our budget process on these issues. We don't do the deep dive from a governance standpoint. We run through it. We look at it. And so this is an opportunity for the board then to take, we need to take a little harder look at what we can do. Because, again...
And that's a fair point, but what if we solve the actual primary issue instead of creating a solution for it?
Give me an example like what?
So you're saying that committee is important because we don't dive deep enough during the budget process.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's fix that. Let's dive deeper sooner to our liking, whatever that turns out to be as a majority, and we fix that instead of creating the secondary tier as a way to solve the thing that we're not actually solving. That make sense?
It does, but historically, and I'm speaking on my 13th year, it's never happened. We've never taken that deep dive. So if we do the same thing, essentially, with every administration, and no, I'm not being critical, Dr. Ball, but I'm just saying we've just never taken that deep dive because it's typically an administrative move. That's what they do. And so I respect that. But the board also has responsibility on how we spend our money and where we allocate resources. This committee, I think, will help us.
And as I said when we discussed having this committee. I honestly think that retention is a superintendent thing, and that they should be bringing recommendations to us on measures that they're going to take for employee retention. It should be bottom up and not top down.
Well, it's both. That's why I said it's a two-way dialogue. It's a
And
team
I don't
effort.
I don't think we should be telling the superintendent what to do for retention.
We're working together. And so I assume the administration would
I
bring the
understand
recommendations.
that we are a team of 8.
Yeah,
There are
so-
certain things that are clearly delineated for a board to do and clearly delineated for the superintendent to do. And I think this is, if the superintendent could develop a committee and have people come in and talk to her and bring us recommendations. And that was my whole thing when I voted against having a retention committee.
Well,
I think it's a superintendent's function.
So one of the things that you said, and I think that's a fair point, I do think that this is can be very blurry, right? And so one of the things that you said, and I think then we'll go on to the next one and we can come back to it, is if we're going to look at it from a policy perspective, then it becomes a board work, right? If it's a strategic perspective, it's superintendent work.
But I know that part of our responsibility is to help create a vision for our district. So I see the strategic and visionary part of it simultaneous. It's one and the same. So we have to have a stronger understanding, too, of that vision so that we can also work with our superintendent to share that vision of what the board would expect. So if we can keep it on the upper level, we should be okay. But certainly there's, as you said, a blur there that we could get into the management, which I do not want to become part of that process. There's clear delineation between that. But there are overarching policies and strategic and visionary and just oversight in terms of allocation of funding that fall all within board purview. And that's where I would like that committee to focus. Because I can't say since I've been here we've had a board focus. We've had maybe 1 or 2 board members ask for information. There's not been a systematic board
But
focus.
you have a board focus now for the whole board because you put a constraint on. So you absolutely have already included in your vision for this district as a board.
Well, let me
Can I give you one alternative view of that, of a way to get maybe what you're looking for, and it may not be. But another way to do that is because it's already a constraint, one of the things that I would recommend is that 4 times a year, the board takes, we call it a board retreat, but it takes a deep dive into one of the constraints or one of the goals that you feel are deeply, that you just feel haven't been done, or you need more information, or you really want to take a deep dive. And so in that case, you would have a whole deep dive time where the whole board dives in, if that was the choice, into retention.
That could work, and I will say that if we had a more robust program review, which Dr. Ball has already stated she will work very diligently to have a more robust program review, we could possibly see that. But what I was going to tell you is that we put constraints on our previous 2 superintendents. It still didn't yield the results that we wanted in terms of we put board goals and board objectives on what we wanted to see turnover and retention rates.
And that's why we're putting these processes in place to support that, because I think that's the difference, is we haven't had those processes in place.
That's where I have my level of skepticism. Just because I've seen
I'll
it
ask
already.
you to buy in, Mr. Macias, so that we can,
I'll buy in when I'm ready to buy in.
that we can make it work.
Well,
Yeah.
You're a little more optimistic. I'm talking from experience. So again, I would feel better if we had a more active, but could I concede to Mr. Diaz's point and to Jenny's and to everyone? I could concede if our program review is more robust. And Mr. Diaz mentioned if we added those stronger elements in the budget process, I just haven't seen it. And so until I see it come forward, which maybe that's what the board retention committee could be saying from a standpoint, this is what we need to see every year, which is again back to policy and vision and strategy.
Duly noted.
So Patricia, basically what you're trying to say is that if we already have a constraint or a goal already kind of in place, we don't need to have a board advisory, committee.
You don't need to have a board committee for that particular, unless it's something like you want to explore innovative partnerships, because it needs to be informed by your board constraints, or your board goals. So it's a deepening of the work that we're doing, but this is not the only way we're gonna deepen that work. To your point, you're right, it hadn't been done before, but we're gonna do it this time. We're gonna deepen that work because we are lifting those goals and those constraints into how the board conducts your meetings and your businesses. So to your point, it's a deepening of your work. What do you need a committee to dig in deeper on anything? So like equity. Equity is foundational. This board told us through the whole conversation, foundational to who you are as a board and to this community and to this district. So an equity committee is saying across all our board constraints, all our board outcome goals, we want to know that we are looking at it through an equity lens. We want to dig in deeper. From a retention, it could come into this policy committee. But then it's a part of a policy committee, not a part of a strategic committee. Does that make sense? Because your superintendent hadn't even had the opportunity yet to come and give you a report on retention. She is required to give you a report on retention and
It
a
is on
deep
our
dive
calendar.
on the calendar. When is it?
I was looking that up. It's in October.
October.
All right.
So in October, that constraint will be addressed, which is teacher retention. In which case, if that is not like progressing the way the board feels it needs to be, then the superintendent will come with new strategies and new tactics, right? And you have the expectation that those tactics are met.
There's Mr. Diaz was telling about the planning calendar, and I do see the ability for us to add added depth, what your point was, but there's also one other possible remedy, that the internal audit function will focus in on some of the retention strategies that need to be evaluated. And then you're right, we wouldn't need a retention committee if we then, as a board, assign our internal auditor to, for example, interview all exited employees at a certain pay grade or whatnot. What and why did they leave? So that we can develop strategies. So the internal audit function, if adopted, could then make the retention committee obsolete.
Okay, so I think we've had enough dialogue on it. I think it's important. I think we've had really good dialogue on it. I think there's several ways that we can go at it, right, and attack it. Let's move on into innovation. That was you, Mr. Oh, sorry, question?
May I?
Yeah.
Let's just go ahead, take board ethics off that list, please. Just let's do that now. We won't have to even entertain it.
That's something that is board culture that we can address in a different way as well. Mostly through operating procedures and board agreements. Innovation. Innovation was put on here by Trustee Diaz. So what would be the purpose of a committee for innovation? What would you want from that? And anybody can answer that.
Argue and then counter-argue myself. So my initial thought, at least I'm real, right? I guess I'm completely honest with everybody.
Gives you an escape clause.
Well, no, because I
No,
think,
go for it. Do it.
y'all know my style. I throw things out to talk about it.
Innovative.
I will change my mind depending on where the facts take us, right? So, yeah. So my initial thought was because we have that constraint on innovation and because the conversation around innovation could be robust enough for that committee that I could explore different approaches, different models. At one point, I know Renee and I had discussed maybe even visiting some of the districts that have an innovative campus. I thought that might be a good place for that to live. However, also knowing that it is an innovation and then, kind of trying to help our colleague reposition his thoughts on retention, which is also a constraint, then it feels like it wouldn't be equitable to say like innovation would make sense as a committee if the retention one doesn't for that reason, right? So that's what I'm saying. I'm going to counter argue myself. Now, I think my intention was for that committee to kind of be the exploratory arm of our board to say, hey, we thought about how do we bring in more meaningful certification programs. We saw this program in Kyle, whatever. I thought that was kind of like a think tank arm of it, but I'm no longer confident in my decision.
Well, I could see a world in which, like, so the difference I draw between, like, say, a retention committee and an innovation committee is innovation is such a big picture thing. Like, retention is very specific. It is like, this is the issue, here's our goal. Innovation is something where it's like, okay, we've said innovate, but there's so many different directions you could go here. And I think that, like, there's a few things that came up when we had the presentation from System of Great Schools, was it?
Yeah.
Around, like, okay, here are the policy implications of this. Here are the things that need to happen. Here are the funding opportunities. And I think being able to have board members who are fluent in that language and be able to bring that back to the board to help us make informed decisions would be valuable. And whereas, like, on retention, that's very, like, we say the how is, like, not as important to us. Like, we can give some boundaries for it, like, okay, we're willing to give this much money to it and that thing, but, like, how you keep your employees might be very more nuanced and individualistic, whereas, like, innovation, it's like, okay, we've said we want to innovate, but we haven't said in what direction. We haven't said, like, we know we want it to have student outcomes in this way. And so, yeah, I would equate it more with, like, the way I was outlining the internal audit committee of, like, all right, we're going to do this investigation. We're going to maybe come up with some guidelines for the district or parameters or something. I don't know. But yeah, and I'm not saying that this is the committee that I want to have. I'm processing to, like, what our definition of a good committee topic is. Mm-hmm.
So an investigative, from a big picture standpoint, and I can see, so you're not talking about specific strategies that your superintendent would deploy. We're talking about exploring big, like, have other districts moved their students faster,
right,
further, right, in many different ways, not just in the outcomes, but in the experience, in the everything. How are they doing things differently to make sure that they're career ready? It could be overreaching all of your goals and all of your constraints if you did it that way. But it has to be an investigation for big picture, because otherwise, if it's small strategies, it's the same thing that we just talked about with Mr. Macias, is that, this becomes too management-y, right? But you guys live at the big picture level. You're the one directing the vision, and by setting your goals and your outcomes is one way to do that. But by investigating innovation in a different way at a very much higher level, you could bring that back. You could also do that through a deep dive, through a retreat. You could do it through a trip. You could do it through a lot of different things. A team building, that could be a team building with your superintendent. That would be, if you decided to pull that into a committee, the one I would recommend that you're, that would be like, you really got to want to bring in experts, right? Or people who are doing it different ways. And so it's a lot of work. So you could take that out in bite-sized chunks. Like, here's the deliverable. We're going to do this. And then you decide, okay, well, that was an example. Like, we're going to examine partnerships. And the deliverable is, this is what, these are the success rates for partnerships that have been seen across Texas or national. Or I'm going to examine college and career not strategies, innovative campuses that do that. things like that. Partnerships with nonprofits, partnerships with, so you could take it in bite size. You just have to be really define that, because otherwise it's a really big picture.
Right.
And what you're gonna do is have 4 meetings of like, this is so big, we can't get our arms around it, and you're gonna come back and say, you know what, there's a lot of stuff out there, and we don't really know what we're gonna do,
Yeah.
right? So,
And just to, we have a chief innovation officer, right, with Ceci Davis, who I assume that's part of her responsibility to look at what's happening out there and bring it to the board, or to Dr. Ball, it is. So I'm trying to understand that too, what the outcome would be if we have administration also doing.
it's already focused on,
That
right?
is primarily focused on that. And then I will know districts tend to look at other best practices. We all, I don't care if we copy, we're always looking for best practices across the board.
And you guys have meetings all the time with other board members who are
Yeah.
doing this great stuff, and it's always easy for you to bring those back and share them with Dr. Ball so that she can share with, I mean, she's going to all kinds of meetings with other superintendents and learning stuff too. So it never hurts to have all kinds of learning stuff coming in. It's just a matter if you want to have a committee for it.
And just to argue with myself, I like that, that's a good one. The thing with innovation is that we also have to help our superintendent see what the board's vision is in that scope of what we would like to be. And so I could see that being a very good committee of trying to establish that vision for our district for the next 5 to 10 years.
And it's also about, I will say, just to argue with myself as well on that, it's about understanding what those innovations are. So if you don't have a clear idea as a board member, like what certain innovations are, and it's never brought to you then you don't have any idea that it's not happening. You don't know what you don't know, right? So that's might be another, and that's why I would say it would also be something that's kind of a investigation and informing. But it could be a short-term committee to do that.
So you said something that kind of maybe reaffirm my initial position. So the committees could also be like the right forum for us to bring in subject matter experts, right? So, for example, Port San Antonio has this tremendous investment into esports. They're building out an arena. So the committee could host a subject matter expert on that and then bring that conversation to full board, instead of packing our agenda with presentations from different organizations.
Right.
So it's kind of almost like a vetting process to determine what should rise
Right.
to the full conversation.
It also allows you, yeah, exactly, and it also allows you to explore without putting more burden on your superintendent and her team to bring you, to keep educating you, to keep educating you on, this is you taking ownership of some of that educating yourselves.
And I will
And
tell.
to do it, sorry, just to finish the thought, but to do that within this framework appropriately, it has to stay big picture. We have to stay focused on that larger picture, not get down to the tactical level.
I didn't hear you.
Sorry. So to do this appropriately in the framework, we stay within that big picture. We don't get down to the tactical level,
No,
right? Big picture.
big picture. And it is, and I think that's a good note to make too, is when we think about this in all board work, right? It is not the job of the superintendent and their team to teach you. You have to go out and seek information as well. That's part of that teamwork that you're talking about, right? So this could be a really great learning opportunity about something that takes this district, in a whole nother direction. So something to think about. Okay.
What I was going to say, when Mr. Diaz was speaking, rudely interrupted you, my apologies, sir. But was that at Alamo, Alamo colleges, that's how they resolve issues. Instead of it coming to the full agenda, they take a board member recommendation, put it in committee, which is the same thing as a committee, and vet the process and come back before they decide, the board member, do you want to put it on the full agenda? But there's a process that kind of alleviates the agenda from being flooded with discussion or action items on things that still need to be researched.
Right.
So it definitely, I see the committee structure, if we do it right, being able to have that ability as well.
And staying up high level, right?
Absolutely.
Because you're not trying to do your Did you have a question, trustee? No, you were just scratching.
Oh,
Sorry.
I was scratching my arm, I apologize.
Okay, so let's go to policy. Now, policy, I'm going to just couch it, is policy is in my experience, is a great committee that is really, really hard to execute well. Like, if it's done well, it's a really good committee. But I have not seen a ton of districts or boards do this very well because it's very wonky, right? You got to really like to dig into policy. It can be very, very wonky. So I would urge you, this is an example, and I can't remember which district it's from.
No, I thought you
But I will tell you that you can do things like a policy diet through this committee where you go through every policy and make sure that it is still representative of your vision and values. You can do a lot of different things.
I might say that I think Rafa did.
Take it off. Take it off.
Yeah. I think we need to get our feet wet with more concrete.
Okay, let's wait for
Yeah.
policy.
It felt like a good place, like as a sub-level to vet out different ideas or to refer certain things that we weren't ready to have a full discussion on. But again, that was my initial thought, and I think I was structuring it around, like, the county and the city have a governance committee where a lot of concepts that are brought forward by the member are actually sent to that committee for the additional vetting until it's fully baked. That was my initial thought, but again, overly wonky, terrible idea, Jimmy.
Yeah, we'll leave it off. Someday I'll tell
The
you the
meeting's
best
recorded, the
example I have.
record will show.
The best example of this and how it's been done, there's a really, is to get your, like, community involved in this.
Sure.
It's a
Yeah.
really different way, but it's also very different.
Yeah.
So,
Now, I will ask, we do have reviews that Region 20 has done in TASB in terms of our policies. So what has been our regular, is it every 3 or 4 years? I can't remember. I know we've done it a couple times.
I think we did it pretty recently, but I think it was in that interim when you were on the Alamo Colleges
Okay.
board. So TASB
So-
came, we did a slate of updates based on their recommendations.
And do we have it as a regular every 4 years, or just as needed, or?
That would be a question I don't know the answer to.
Thanks.
it's at your discretion.
Yeah.
I mean, most policies are very similar to the policy I gave you, which means it was just pulled off of TASB's shelf, put your name on it, and probably 90% of your policies are that.
Yeah.
Whether or not those policies all are being enforced, that's what a policy diet looks at.
Well, and if you watched our meeting, which I know you watched
I
all of
did.
our meetings, Mr. Atkins did refer at our last one that the internal audit brought forth some changes in our policies, which were, again, if we're reviewing them, we could probably catch some of these, catch all of them. There's a lot of local and legal policies out there, but we need to have some process.
Yeah.
I think it's healthy to do it in intervals.
Could I suggest, I have an idea around finance, just hearing other things come up that might be helpful, if people don't mind jumping there. So something I was thinking about for finance is, I think we had, in our last budget cycle, we ended up having a lot of meetings at the very end, and people were like, I wish I had more of we had more in-depth review earlier on of different things so that when it comes to the time to approve it, we feel more informed. Might I suggest that a finance committee as a deliverable could tackle coming up with a calendar for the year of how we are looking at budget? What are we doing at different times? Or what does the board want to see at those different times so that we're getting the depth, it's spread out over time and not all at the very end. Program review could happen in that, but proposing a calendar for that for our board. Is that the kind of thing? And then it could be more ongoing, but that could be a
Certainly,
short-term deliverable.
It could be a committee for that. I will tell you that there is also a process for budget that goes with this framework that I haven't introduced to you guys yet because we haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
So you could do it in committee, or you that could be a deep dive training. But we changed it on the calendar, on the monitoring calendar, the way that you get your, budgets meeting should start in February, I think.
Yeah.
So it depends how deep
So
you
it's
want to
in the
go. If you
monitoring, yeah.
wanted a committee to establish that more deeper. than
Got
that.
it. What does the finance committee typically, do you have an example of a finance
I don't know if I
committee in
have
the
an
slide?
example of that. Typically, a finance committee will dig in. It's usually one that's in, that's facilities. One that's in bigger districts because there's so much nuance that they try and parcel out the budget. But what I would love to see, and it could be through a committee, is to take that process and align your budgeting process with your goals and
Yeah.
so there's an overlay and your constraints, so you're seeing how you're resourcing your vision and values.
I like that.
But that could be through a committee too. So most of them are like that. I did not, out of those 20 boards, maybe 3 of them had finance committees,
Interesting.
and they were big boards,
Okay.
or big districts, not big boards.
Super
You guys are a
helpful.
big board, but they were big districts.
We can go back to doing them in order then. I was just like, I had an idea and I wanted to like.
It's a good idea, and I'm not saying we shouldn't do it.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that's a purpose, okay. And it's a short, right? That's a short committee.
Right.
Which is good. So
Yeah.
that could be a great way to do it. So then you're not doing it, and you bring your recommendations to the whole board, and the whole board makes the decision. This is the process we're going to take. So that's,
Now, how would that coincide with the finance committee that's already established as a district committee?
My understanding is, that could either be dissolved or if community input is still desired on the budget in that way, that could be the purpose of it. But if it doesn't need to be, if there's not really community input happening, then the community can also just come to the budget meetings and speak there.
Yeah.
So,
They really don't come.
yeah. Okay.
What happens at finance committee now?
Excuse me?
What's the topic at finance committee now?
Usually something related to our budget, anything from going over the ESSER funds, the title funds, explaining the fund balance. I mean, you could.
Yeah, last month, we looked at our fund where our new self-funded health insurance is and what that's looking like, and explained some of the cost factors that are affecting the claims and stuff. And so we did quite a bit of talking on that.
so, yeah, I don't know what the overlay, because I don't know what the purpose of that committee was. But this needs to be, once again, it should be at the board level, right? Which is not line items. It's like, how are we resourcing to create the conditions for our superintendent and our team to meet the goals that we had set for her. We skipped legislative. Did anybody want to talk about legislative? You put that on there.
Then I'm going to argue against myself again. So the obvious is that during the legislative session, it might be important for us to have regular, organizational dialogue with our legislators. However, by and large, legislative advocacy plans tend to be the same anyways, and I'm not quite sure how effective it'll be. So,
Do you have a district lobbyist?
No, we don't. And so I was going to say, I kind of like that because, do we?
who's the lobbyist?
Well, we
Oh,
belong
we just,
to the, to Julia,
Grizzard.
yes, thank you, but what's the,
yes.
what's the name?
Bear County.
Coalition.
Bear County Coalition.
Yes.
But that's pretty new, right?
Yes, like a
A
year.
year, yeah, okay.
You know, I was thinking several years ago when we were, and this was a couple of years ago, it was before you, Dr. Ball, and I had brought up some concerns about in-child nutrition and how we could, strategies could we use to keep kids from wasting so much food. There was food that there was some food that could be shared, and so some campuses had a shareable table where things like just chips or bananas and apples and stuff like that could be used, and it had to do, there was a student outcome because it had to do with, you know, kids being able to continue to be fed and be able to focus on their work. However, I also think that that would be a good committee because we could bring in those state reps who represent our district. Diego Bernal is one of those people that I'm thinking about, Roland Gutierrez, those people that advocate for our districts in different capacities. Diego was one of those that signed that legislation about shareable food for kids. And I thought it would be a great idea for him to come and speak to our board about some of the things other districts are doing. So I'm thinking that a legislative committee, although it could be dissolved at a particular time, might be good. Right now, we have the superintendent of Northside, Brian Woods, who is extremely involved in the legislature. And he is always going to the Capitol. And he is always defending finances for our school districts. I would think that that would be a necessary committee. I don't know what the consensus of the board is, but I'm one of those that would be in favor of a legislative committee.
So, the way I've seen legislative committees be most effective is in setting an agenda, a legislative agenda for the board for the upcoming session. And then I'm always in favor of board members being advocates at the state level. And let me tell you, they do want to hear from you, and they do listen to you.
Yeah.
You're elected officials, you have a constituency behind you, so legislators do, I'm just putting on my community advocacy and policy hat for you on that one. That is a very big deal. So, but that, a committee, you know, can't just be broad. You have to kind of set, like, what would be our agenda? Like, what would be the two things that we want to advocate for? And that may be a great place to bring in community input and learn what your community is, you know, what are the barriers? What are the pain points in your community? And so it's something, but you got to think of it, I think, in that term, as opposed to, you know, you're not going to be lobbyists. Unless you decide, once you have an agenda, that you want to then hire lobbyists, but you could be an advocate, or you have a lobbyist. It's up to you.
Board rep, no.
I was just saying, are we allowed to?
Oh, to have lobbyists?
To hire them?
Oh.
Districts have lobbyists.
Districts have a lobbyist, we have to.
Report it or something?
We have to report it under a separate budget code.
What were you
Don't we
thinking,
have to pay
Mr.
them?
Diaz,
Yes, ma'am.
when you brought it?
I mean, along those lines, right, because right now we don't have, like I said, or organizational forum to bring in folks and say, look, these are the challenges that we're facing, that change in policy could assist us with, especially if we align into our goals, just to have the forum, right? Because right now, we have to go to them. And then I think underlying, and I don't mean this to sound crass to anybody listening, obviously, like the underlying thing is like the power dynamics are there, where we're always having to go to our legislators and say, and try to get an audience. If we have a legislative forum, it feels like we've shifted to a more equal balance of power, because now we're requesting their attendance to come to a Judson function where we're setting this agenda, where we, by some process, have said, look, these are the 10 things that are important to us. Maybe they overlap, I'm going to counter-argue myself from earlier. Maybe they overlap with every other school district's requests, but maybe they're very specific to our own specific community, or maybe it could be something that could be very focused by that legislator for our community, right? It doesn't quite often happen, but it could certainly happen. So I think that's kind of the underlying reason for it. Is that a statement on what I just said? Like, so I think that was my goal, and I think especially since Ms. Grizzard is helping us with the advocacy work, you know, she probably would be a good asset, and if y'all haven't met her, she's very knowledgeable on everything state level. A good asset to then say, this is the process, this is what we're standing for, this is where we're having this forum to bring folks in. I love the idea of community come and tell us what other challenges you're seeing. We can vet it out here and then make it as part of a comprehensive approach to.
What would you think about Sophie Toder?
With HEB?
I think she's with Raise Your Hand.
Raise your hand. Yeah, no, I think they're wonderful as well. I think they're certainly the folks that we would want to come give us testimony or potentially updates. So, and I think that feels like the right forum. And again, if we're trying to get to a more efficient, effective time constraint on our meetings where it's not super heavy, that might be the right forum to have these things and then bring it up to our colleagues in full committee, or I'm sorry, in full board.
So what do you think, Patricia?
I think that it's up to you guys. I would only, I would just urge you to link it to your goals of your district and your, you know, and then you tie it to, and sometimes those goals can need help to be achieved, right? I mean, HB3 was in essence brought to the legislature by districts like yours. And so those things are changed because of it. And so if you have things that you need to achieve your goals that need to be at the state level, handed down or eased down, then that becomes a legislative agenda. Does that make sense? So it's up to you guys, but that's how I would recommend you approach it. Do you have a question?
No, just some comments. I don't have a question per se, but legislative updates tend to get very politicized. And so you're on one side or you're on the other. And then I see that, I mean, that's why I'm not very satisfied with DC. I mean, there's all that inner politics. And I'm always cautious to see what Dr. Woods is doing at Northside because he's extremely anti-charter. And a lot of his arguments at legislature is protect our public school systems against charters and private schools. And I don't want to get involved in that argument neither, because when it comes down to what are we doing in our district to ensure student success, that doesn't really affect us. We have to, as Mr. Diaz said, create our own message here. But then we run the danger again of having the politics involved with Democrat, Republican, and it's you know, it's just really challenging. And so we're not, I don't like to play the politics game. Now, are there some things that are general enough, like the bill that Diego Bernal co-sponsored that put the language, this is a tax increase on our bonds? That is something to argue, but we'd have to be really specific about what we would want that would be general enough for the entire community and not play into the political game of things. So I see those as potential pitfalls, really, with that type of legislative focus, because it has to be general. I guess that would be my only caution.
Right, it would be nonpartisan because we are nonpartisan, yeah.
That would be, I'm just giving as an example, because I didn't know exactly where Mr. Diaz was going with when he said legislative, but I knew what I was thinking. and I was thinking how we could get those folks to come to us.
And when I saw that, I was thinking we would be more informed about the bills that are being presented so that we have a better understanding of what we might need to decide what to do. But there's so many that are filed, and which ones have some legs, which ones don't, which ones then fall within that general parameter that we may need to develop some focus on.
I think that's where like folks like Sophie and like Julia can help filter out things and then bring things forward to us. But I don't think it's one or the other, right? For us to be able to have a good quality legislative plan for ourselves, we need to also understand what is going on, right? So we need those facts before we even know what we're doing, right? So I think it's both. Yeah.
And the more clearly defined any of these committees are, the better and more effective the committees will be. And it could be that one committee, you know, you have a committee, it's defined by a purpose and a deliverable, that's met, and it drives the reiteration of the committee with a new purpose, or maybe it's the same purpose, but another deliverable. So, I think you're right, just clearly defining what you want to achieve from having a committee like that. The same with any committee, right? So I think I think
And
you
that's
all
what
made
we're
really
doing
good
with all of
points.
these.
I'm sorry?
That's what we're doing with all of these, trying
Exactly.
to figure out what we're gonna do.
Right. Okay, so equity, I think we talked a little bit about equity.
I think I put it on there, yeah. I mean, I don't have a fully fleshed out idea of what the deliverable here would be, but I liked the idea of like hearing from students, and to me, it speaks to like, all of our goals are quantitative, right? So we have these quantitative goals. I think we have a couple that speak to student experience and like having a student survey and things, but like having that firsthand lens into what is the experience behind these numbers that's leading to that, and how might that then lead to, I think it could have significant overlap with a policy kind of committee, but how are we evaluating what we're doing to inform better practices, Yeah.
Do we have a student survey developed already or no?
We are in the process of doing that right now because it's one of my constraints and goals.
Mhm.
So we are in the process. Yes, we formed a little committee of 3 to
Okay.
help develop that.
And are students involved in that? Creating the
And
Not in
creating
creating it, no.
Are we contracting with like a survey company? Panorama? Mhm. Okay.
They say
They're very well known. They're
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
well, like, one of the
they've
leading
done
companies in doing
Yes.
that. Mhm.
They're gonna
So
do
we're
the-
choosing a selection,
They provide.
yeah, they have like a
They
bank of
wanna know
questions and,
They
yeah,
vetted
okay,
them and
Great.
done all the homework on it.
yeah. Because survey design is real technical.
It would be equitable.
So when I'm thinking equity, I'm thinking that we have different needs on one end of the district compared to other. And so we're looking to offer the support, the level of support that will give the same expectation of academic excellence that we see from some of these schools like Wortham Elementary School or some of the schools in the northern part of our district. And so when you deal with equity, I know that we are equitable in what we're doing. I'm looking forward to our new personnel coming on this topic. But somehow we're still seeing more turnover on our title campuses. We're still seeing a lot of transition and mobility in our students. So for me as a board member, I would like to know more about what are we doing to identify first, and then what are we doing strategically? And I get back to strategy, because again, I have vision, strategy, all forward for my end of it. And then you get to budgets. How are we spending our resources there to ensure that we are truly bringing equity based on economic conditions? So that's what I would envision this committee possibly doing. But then I always think you can tell me we're in the superintendent's zone. And so I need to kind of just put it out there, because that's
Right.
exactly what I would be concerned about.
I wonder if, like, so for me, one thing that I hope that our equity officer does is conduct a pretty comprehensive equity audit at the very beginning. And so once that is conducted, that can be a starting point then for, I would say, policy and budget recommendations. And so it might be a committee that's formed kind of like we waited to do an HR committee until the HR director or the assistant superintendent was hired. This might be something where this is a really strategic committee to form maybe 6 months from now, or I don't know how long it would take to conduct that equity audit, but once we have results of that, then the deliverable might be, you know, a certain number of policy recommendations and or budget recommendations that would then be brought to the board.
Yeah, so digesting and kind of exploring the equity audit
Right.
results.
Yep.
And making sure they're comprehensive, they hit things, and then coming to the board and saying, here are, 5 recommendations.
I like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask if, I knew you were working on an equity audit, because that would be the other committee reason that you would have a board committee is to establish the equity audit, is to initiate it, but you're already doing that, so. Curriculum. I don't know who put that on there.
It was one that I stated, we're talking about student outcomes, and we currently have a curriculum, technology, and whatever the other thing is. So I don't know if we would want to have a curriculum just so that we're also looking at the student focus. So that's why I put it on there for a board advisory. I do not know what the clear, because we're always, the superintendent's looking at it, we're always looking at the data. The only thing I default to would be, again, what are our strategies? And if we're having a board committee on it, we pinpoint, if we've given the superintendent these objectives to reach, have we then, from a curriculum situation, given her the resources? She's going to tell us what she needs, but I just assume from the board, we also need to be aligned with our superintendent and not put restraints on her and then not give her the ammunition she needs to get the job done. But that's my thought.
And you gotta give them time to get it done.
When we first started talking about committees and going over those, and in my mind, I thought that, yes, that did apply to board work. But as we're going through this, and I'm looking more and more at your recommendations and the design of these committees, I'm not sure as a board what our responsibilities would be in terms of curriculum, because that's not within our purview to set curriculum. And so I'm trying to wrap my mind around how a committee would operate in the area of curriculum.
Yeah.
And I'm not coming up with anything that's that policy level.
So I thought about it when you said it, and I was trying to figure it out as well, because it feels like it's the right
Yeah,
conversation,
yeah.
right? But it's such an input
Right.
that it doesn't kind of fit.
That's
However,
another bottom up one.
yeah, however, I think like the spirit of what we're probably thinking and
Yeah.
feeling could get tucked into innovation if we do go with that, because then that would allow us to still be high level enough strategy,
Right.
vision wise, without getting down to specifically what book or what resource or what modality,
Well, I
right?
get that. But also the fact that we have a monitoring calendar where we're evaluating those goals. We can ask pointed questions about curriculum at that time.
Right.
Sure.
About what choices are being made and what changes are being made. And that's about as deep as I think the board should get on that, as I think about it.
So would we be
It's really
okay
hard
with
for me.
crossing that
That's
off
my
our
thing.
list right now?
Yeah.
We're okay with.
I don't know.
I'm
just throwing it
good,
out there.
yeah.
It needs to be a consensus.
What's that?
I'm hearing momentum around, like, this doesn't feel like the most pressing need right now.
No.
And
Well,
it,
I'm not there yet. I mean, I'm going that direction, but I'm not 100% there because I want to make sure that we as board are, I guess we individually could look into it. As Ms. Canoyer said, we do receive intervals and reports, and if we deep dive during program reviews and budget discussions, I mean, really literally figure out what we're doing, I guess I could
I think that's
answer those
probably
questions,
where it fits better.
you know.
agree.
I don't think, I think you guys
We got to
made
it.
good points. Yeah, you got to it. There's a place for this, but it kind of falls here, and it might fall up here
I could see
in
that. yeah.
innovation, but curriculum is a,
And
Yeah.
I would dare say too, even, I mean, I know we're probably not going to move forward with retention, but I've often stated experienced teachers yield stronger results in the classroom. So that's curriculum still. I mean, so it does all tie together.
okay, so, okay if I cross that off?
Yep.
Sure.
All right, bond. Clearly, a committee that boards put on to get ready for a bond, you know. Sometimes it's predicated from a facilities committee, which is sometimes a standing committee, sometimes it's an ad hoc committee. But it doesn't have to, and you guys are so far along already that it doesn't make sense to do a exploratory facilities committee to try and figure out where, you already know probably where you want to spend your bond money, if you get the bond, I'm assuming. So then, what would be your purpose behind a bond committee? What would you want to see from that committee? Does it become about advocacy and marketing?
Can a committee do that?
No.
I don't think we can.
Well,
Well,
the board can.
The board can, you can't have any district
Mhm.
employees on it, but you are the advocates for a bond. You're the only ones who can advocate for a bond. So,
We'll still be using district resources and property, so it's,
that one we'd have to look into to see if you have to do that one
We
offsite.
found
We got some legal advice in our last meeting that
Yeah.
says, yeah,
yeah.
Okay, so they didn't
Yeah.
want you to do it.
having meetings in district
I
property
think
could be.
historically, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'll stop there because.
You can advocate for a bond
Mhm.
until we call the election. Right.
Mm.
So we can advocate for a bond until the day the election is called, then that stops.
But the board can be an advocate for the bond.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
As long as they're not using district resources
Right.
and acting as a board
But-
member at that time.
This could be a board committee that is formed with your business community. That says, business community, this is gonna benefit you, you're gonna have well-educated workers coming out of Judson ISD, it's gonna be good for you, we're gonna get this bond passed. I mean, I've seen it done that way, but it doesn't have to be done that way, and it's up to you guys. But you do need to have a very clear deliverable, and I don't want you to break any rules.
What I would say is that actually Ms. Rodriguez and I served on the committee when she first arrived, long-range planning committee, which then did encompass bonds and future projects and, again, the future development of where we're headed as a committee. And with the objective, if we were to outline a clear objective based on it, we expect 30,000 students in the next 10 years. So bond could be long-range planning, and I think that has merit for what we should be doing to establish a vision for this district. And it's worth the conversation.
And I'm just, we're moving the board members off of the growth and planning committees. from what I'm hearing. So how do y'all stay informed?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, that was my question about all of these. How will we be informed now that we are no longer liaisons on those committees? Will it just be the reports that we receive?
Well, and that's we're still a lot of things we wanted to talk about because Patricia and I have been talking about, I don't know if the Friday notes are really working for the board anymore. So, that was.
What do you mean not working?
Well, we talked about maybe that's not the best way for me to communicate with the board.
Oh,
When did that come up?
that was a conversation between those two.
Oh,
so, I mean, I think that's a conversation that we can have. I'm not positive it fits right now, but we
No,
can.
I don't
yeah.
think it fits right
Okay.
now. But I don't know, I guess my answer to you is, I don't know yet. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, the answer is you will get the information that you request that is in alignment with your goals and your constraints and your resources that you need to resource. So facilities is going to come up, obviously, and if you're going to resource it, then I would think you would get a report from like long-range planning.
Yeah,
Like, what do you
that's
need
exactly where it
moving
would fit.
forward? But it doesn't necessarily need to be a board committee. It can be, but then it's big vision, right? It's not, then it is about facilities, but I haven't seen, facilities to me is a very technical thing, and long range, you would give a facilities report to your board. So you guys would get that information. It goes with your budgeting process. I mean, you have to know what you're paying for. So I would think that would be a part of it. If the district comes to you with a recommendation for a bond, it should come with a report that says why they're recommending a bond, and that would be a long-range planning report.
And I think too that this will force us also, I think what may have been happening in our current committees is that whoever happened to be on that particular committee was like super informed about that particular department. So like curriculum, like well, Suzanne was already, it's a bad example because Suzanne already has a depth of knowledge about curriculum. Yeah, right. Or, me at the growth and planning. Like, I had a very in-depth, and when we are asked to like report on board committees, we're giving like a one-sentence answer, to be honest, because it's like 10 p.m. or later, and we're tired, and it's like, I don't remember. Did I attend a meeting this month? I mean, like we're at like, it's hard to remember and capture all of that stuff that we take for granted, and this will force that into coming before the whole board. Now, it doesn't mean that like every month we're going to have a growth and planning presentation. It means that like when it comes time to call for a bond and the administration brings that to us, we will be asking, how is this going to lead us to our goals that we've set out for ourselves? And we'll be asking those really in-depth questions to go like to get the deep dive. And the same thing on like when we get our like a quarterly report on student outcomes, like, oh, I don't know everything about the curriculum department. Let me ask the things that are leading to what helped us get this gain. Where are the gaps that we need to fill in order to fill this like student outcome gap? So I think that like, and we can ask those questions in advance of the board meeting too, so that Dr. Ball can come prepared with the background information that might have previously been done in our advisory committee meetings. But yeah.
And your board committees too are going to have a clear deliverable that's going to lift up some pretty in-depth information to you as a board, because your committee chair is a board member and will be, you'll have identified what that deliverable is. So it's the same thing with any reports from any other district committee. As long as they are tied to the work that you're doing to a board, you're entitled to a good report, and we ought to plan for it, right? So that Dr. Ball knows too, we could put it on the calendar, right? We can do all of those things, but you're going to get deep dive reports on all your goals and your constraints. And then if we rework the way the budgeting process goes, you'll get updates and deep dives so that you can make clear decisions on how you resource the goals and the constraints. So all of that's going to be lifted up into your board work. So I don't know that at this point this committee has a clear deliverable for a bond committee. It could that you decide, unless you really want to do something that is very unique to the board, and that to me is, I don't know what it would be other than advocating for the bond, right? And educating your community. Maybe it isn't about advocating, but it's about educating your community and aligning what you want to get from the bond, whether it's safety and security or facilities, how those inform and support your student outcomes and student success initiatives, and making that connection for the community. But I don't know if you need a committee for that.
Could we, so from a process standpoint for our training, we have about 15 minutes left on the schedule. Would it make sense for us to go around and say, like, these would be my top 3 priorities, and then, or like, these are the 3 committees that each board member would prioritize to see where we're landing there?
Yep.
And then also, well, I don't want to dictate your process, because ultimately, apparently, this is my job to set these out, and I feel like I've taken good enough notes to be able to say, like, okay, for each of these committees, here's what my recommendation would be. But I also would love to hear who would be interested in serving on which committee.
Well, let's do the first part. That's what we were going to go. So
Great.
Let's identify which ones you even think make the short list. So you're okay doing it? You don't need to come up here with sticky notes or anything? You're okay with me? Okay, so I don't remember at the end of this if we decided we could bring this into another place, or we left it on the list. But because we started crossing ones off, and so retention. as a committee,
Yeah.
who would want that committee to move forward?
I personally felt like it fits better, but I think the person who felt most passionately about that committee in the first place was Mr. Macias. And then I did hear you say that you might be willing to compromise on that one
Yeah.
if it fit into the scope
And
of something else.
I'll repeat that compromise, yes, if we're able to add it as part of the internal audit function. I mean, mind you, the whole board would come together and agree with this, but I assume when there's a risk assessment, it'll be determined that HR, our retention is a concern. But then there's, what was the other one? There were two of them that kind of,
It falls under equity as
I think we
well.
talked about it.
Equity.
Mhm.
Okay.
It's also a part of your board work, so you're also already going to get
that's right, that's the
Right,
other part.
yeah.
in-depth report on it.
The additional information.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with us scratching it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so then who is in favor of internal audit? And you can only pick 3, so don't vote for more than 3.
Well,
So 1, 2, 3, 4,
Mhm.
5. 5.
And this was the internal audit that would be used to stand up the department, so it's super limited scope, right?
Very limited.
That's what
more
I'm
about
voting
planning.
for.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Audit planning,
Audit
audit planning,
Yeah.
sorry, it's an audit planning committee.
And at that time, we would evaluate the continuance of that committee, but we
Mhm.
got to get to first steps first. We need the planning
We,
part of
yeah,
it done.
that's like, we need it.
Yeah, so,
Do we need to take a public vote on these? Or is it okay to just do the hand?
Yeah,
I
there's
don't
no
know.
vote, I don't think,
right?
yeah, there's no
Okay,
voting on the
then-
agenda. I don't
Yeah.
think.
Okay, so,
Eventually,
6.
we'll have to go back and do something to
We'll
put it
put it
back,
into
it is part of,
policy.
for
I'm gonna take
policy, yeah.
something like that to the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
but that function has already been voted on and passed. So right now, it's just about the next steps of planning. and-
okay, I saw 6 hands up for audit planning.
Mhm.
Yeah, mine too.
Oh, 7, okay. All right, 7 on audit planning. All right, legislative.
You skipped innovation.
Oh, I did, I'm sorry. Innovation, hands up for innovation, and we talked about that being more big picture, deeper investigation, right?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, wait.
Okay.
Change my mind. I guess I've got others I'm gonna vote for.
I know, I'm trying to like count how many I'm like, I have 4.
Be committed. All right, who is committed for innovation? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm confused about how many up there are still alive? Is anything that's not crossed out?
Anything that's not crossed out is alive.
So finance, equity, legislative, innovation, and internal audit.
Yes, audit planning, we're changing the name. Audit planning,
Audit,
internal audit planning.
okay, and innovation is deeper.
It's like a deeper investigation, a big picture is what you guys talked about for innovation,
Okay,
looking at like,
I want that legislative.
To narrow this down, might I suggest, because I had suggested maybe standing up the equity committee like 6 months from now, so could we like take that out of the running for now and stand that up with the understanding
We're gonna
that
bring that back
we would
when
bring
we
that
do
back
that.
in 6 months. Okay.
So the one that we sent up to
But
the-
that also may be included
That's been
in.
hired.
Because maybe we'll be done with the audit planning committee.
Right, yeah.
And then,
so this is
Like, we
the
could plan for
equity
one of
committee is
those
coming
sunset.
back once we have the equity audit.
The equity audit.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I'd like to
I'll
say,
tell you afterwards. That way you
Tricia,
can-
Yes,
that
sir.
my support for the innovation is, I'm assuming we're not doing long-range planning. You crossed that one out? So, since I feel we do need a long-range vision, innovation could still fall a little bit under.
Yeah, there could be
Yeah.
some of that long-range
Yeah.
planning in the innovation.
And so certainly could support innovation in that respect.
Okay, I counted 5 hands before. Is there any changes?
So did I.
Would
Okay,
you-
I'm raising my hand for innovation now because
Innovation.
I explained my like
2, 3,
compromise.
4, 5, 6. Okay. All right. This is,
And you said we could vote for 4 of them, right?
3.
3.
okay, now we only
Keeping
have
you
2
in line,
left.
Mr. Macias.
Legislative and finance.
I thought
And
legislative was off the table.
No. Policy was off the table, legislative.
Wait, policy was too much of a bite.
We're not ready for that yet. We
Well,
need
and-
to do something with training
And there's
wheels
going to be
first.
recommendations for policy
Right.
from most of these other committees as well.
Yeah.
The legislative one too is we just have to really define it, right?
Mhm.
And I think you guys wanted more of a, like, wanted to
Dialogue.
gather information, wanted to share,
And create a legislative
and
agenda.
create a legislative agenda. So that was what that is. Okay, so legislative. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And I can say, I didn't support that committee because I have my vote on another one. But there would be, since we have a legislative session happening in '23, the timing would we then put a time clock on
Yes.
that committee?
Definitely.
That
All of
would-
them will have time limits. And, you don't necessarily have to have a standing legislative committee, right? So. Finance.
Here's my 3 votes.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
What? 1, 2 for finance. So that's the process for a budget. So we have 2 votes for it. Here's, if the board doesn't feel like this is a good committee right now, we can explore a deeper, and should explore a deeper budget process within the framework of the governance that we've been working on. Yes, sir.
Just for clarity, I didn't prioritize it because I looked at it here and I thought we were gonna go through the budgetary kind of reframing, if
Right.
you will.
And I
So
think,
that's what
yes,
you're
and I
saying?
think this
Okay.
definitely warrants a deep dive, right? You do
Yeah.
need to have a deep dive budget, and so that might be one of your quarterly deep dives.
Yep.
So,
How many was it? I
2.
didn't- 2.
But with the safeguard that we'll have that other kind of process.
I'm sorry?
But with the it's 2 votes, but with the safeguard that we are gonna kind of prioritize it in a different fashion.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, we won't give it, we're not getting rid of it. We're still going to do this. It's just not going to be through a committee structure.
Okay.
So that means we have, it's a messy sheet, isn't it?
So audit planning committee, innovation, and legislative committee.
Right? Audit, planning, legislation, and innovation. Right.
Okay.
Those are your 3
Got it.
committees to start with.
Great.
Audit planning,
The green marker
legislative.
has no ink, by the way. The green marker's over here, you can't even tell.
You can't see those? There.
No,
There we
there
go.
we go. That's cool.
And so, and then, so I'm just going to repeat back what my understanding is, and is that audit planning would be creating a plan to stand up that department, and I can flesh that out. Innovation would be an investigation of innovative practices that lead to better student outcomes in other districts to report back to the board on that. And then the legislative committee would be to create a legislative agenda for our district. So would the next step then be to be like, here's what each board member would be interested in, or?
Yeah, I think you would then work with, so yes, you would go ahead. Who's interested in what?
Obviously, I've asked Jenny to put me on the audit planning for the internal audit.
And have
Internal audit?
The audit plan.
Have we decided if we're doing 2 or 3 people per?
You can, well, first of all, anybody can be interested in any committee.
Yeah,
So
like
you
if
can
you're
serve on
interested in
it.
multiple
So just
committees,
say
tell
which
me
one.
that.
You may not be the chair of the committee, but you
Yeah.
can still be a part of the committee.
Yeah.
So let's look at,
You want a new paper?
audit.
Yeah, I know.
You know,
We splurged
I like
for
to
more
just
than
see
one
if I
sheet.
can get as much on. I'm trying to conserve.
I'm
That's
the
called
linear-
clutter.
All right. Internal
Audit plan.
audit planning committee. Who would like to be,
Mr. Macias.
it smells like licorice.
So for this particular one, what are we going to be doing for this one?
This one would be determining like what would be the duties of that department. Like, is this something we're going to hire for or contract out for? And essentially like bounding out the scope of work that the department that we
Oh, for the internal audit?
yeah that we approve.
Expectations
Yeah.
for maybe that department,
Yeah.
things like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to work on it.
Okay.
Okay. And I'd be interested too, not because I like auditing or planning, but because I have experience in standing it up.
Anybody else?
I
Hungry
wouldn't
for-
mind. I wouldn't mind.
Okay. All right.
That's a quorum.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no, and let's put all interest in there and then.
So everybody's
make a
interested.
decision.
All right, all right, all right.
You can tell I was never a teacher because nobody can read that.
I don't know,
Innovation.
there's some teachers cannot write.
I'm interested in that one.
Okay.
I'm interested in that one also.
They write like doctors.
I'm also interested in that one.
Anybody else? Okay. Legislative.
Eaton.
Okay, if nobody's interested, we can't have a committee.
I am, but Ms. Eaton had already spoken up.
You what?
Well, we can have multiple
You
people,
can
like,
have-
there, yeah, okay.
She didn't write her name down.
Oh,
Write
you
her
were,
name down
you
yet.
were being
Ms. Eaton
nicer.
kept saying
with
she,
the-
Oh, I'm sorry. There. I'm sorry. I
Michelle.
wouldn't have been.
you can put Michelle.
And Diaz,
Yes, ma'am. She got it. I think
He
it
was
was the
first.
first one.
DSE
I'm
is
writing
chill.
this one.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
great.
That's an A. Anyone else? Okay.
Okay.
So is the vision here to create continual committees based on whatever the need is? as
So I
we go
think
forward?
like what I might do, what I'm considering my homework as board president is to create a one-pager kind of like these that says like, here's the purpose, here's who's on it and the chair. Here are, and I might probably have conversations with the members that like said, I'm interested to see who's interested in chairing or who feels ready to chair. Because it is a lot, it does sound like it's a lot of responsibility that to organize like, okay, here's what we're gonna do and like putting it all together. And then also to put the time bound on there. So here's the due date for this particular, the work of this committee, so that the committee can then decide how often they need to meet. Because I imagine you feel quite a bit of urgency around the audit department and wouldn't want that to take a year to get that underway. And so maybe that one has a 6-month time bound, and then you decide within that, like how you're getting that done.
Well, and the internal audit one I see potentially being a standing one after it's all said and done.
Right,
but-
that could be a recommendation that comes
Yes,
out of that committee.
But I don't
Correct.
see innovation or legislative being standing.
Right,
committee.
legislative, that might last a year, and then the legislative session is over, and we do a different committee.
That's why I said,
Yeah,
so then we're
exactly,
going to
exactly.
Then we
reevaluate
can do
that
the
time.
finance.
Right, exactly. And by
Okay.
then, we'll have gone through another budget cycle, and we can decide, like, okay, did we learn enough, or do we need to have, like, a standing committee around
Sounds
that?
like a plan.
And just,
It opens the door for the equity committee as well to,
and the reason I ask is we've invested time,
Mhm.
and so as we move forward, having an understanding, there's that expectation, so we don't have to come have this session all over again about
Right.
committees.
yeah,
That we already know that there is an expectation, we will set forth
yeah,
additional committees as needed.
yeah.
Ad hoc.
And just remembering that these are committees to use to deepen the work of the board.
Mhm.
And that's why I gave you that parameters worksheet. And if I can provide any support you need as far as when these committees form us run, is like templates or examples or anything like that, if you felt like you wanted that.
Yeah.
If you didn't, it's just if you need it.
And then I heard too that this needs to be codified by a board vote, correct? And
It
so,
does need to be in policy that you have these board committees. I mean, it's just a good idea to put things in policy. It makes it transparent and
But we do have it in policy, so I'll look it up and make sure how it reads, but we do have
Yeah.
it in board
Yeah,
policy.
yeah.
and I'll make it a point to have this ready for our August meeting, I think, to also name to the public, here are the committees, here's what they are, and, here's who's on them. And then we can all vote on it as well if we want to, just to make it clear that that this has the support of the board.
So Patricia, just to make sure I'm clear, there really doesn't sound like a role for me, so I just wait and see if they were to need anything from me. Is that what I do?
well, they may ask you to serve on the committee, and that's your
Mhm.
prerogative as a board.
Okay.
And so, being sensitive that, I mean, in some districts, the board chair and the superintendent are ex officio on all committees. And so you could put that in, doesn't mean you have to go to all the meetings, but you are.
But if I wanted
wanted
to,
to.
could I?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, I could, okay.
And
And
I
aren't-
and I see having Ceci on the innovation committee as our chief innovation officer.
Right.
She would be,
Yeah,
Right.
a committee member there. It just makes sense to involve that.
Yes, ma'am.
sure.
That's kind of like what my question was getting ready to be. We need staff so we can get the information
Right.
to talk about. So
I think the big difference here is that we are driving the agenda, or the board, or the committee chair is driving the agenda of the meetings versus staff organizing, and we are invited to those meetings, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
And you may not need staff to be committee members, you just may need them to present at a certain committee
Yeah.
meeting, right,
Okay,
on a
and so-
certain aspect.
So we'll go through Dr. Ball for that part though. Let her
Yes,
know who we
you
need.
would,
Dr. Ball,
Yeah.
how much time do you think your staff, I mean, in general, depending on the ask, but like, how much time do you think your staff would need in order to say, like, if the committee wanted to invite a staff member to make a presentation about something?
At minimum a week,
Okay,
a minimum a week.
let's say 2, just to
Yeah.
give
Yeah.
plenty of time.
What time of year?
Yeah.
so, there was quite a bit of the work that we were gonna do in these 2 days that, we obviously aren't gonna get to since we've consolidated down to this one, but we did wanna prioritize this since this one's been hanging over us. And I think this will be really great work. One of the things that I was hoping to tackle today, but I'm gonna give you some recommendations. It's another paper that I wrote, because I like to write papers, about what some of the things that you had talked about. And this is about like meeting cadence and meeting structure, including agenda review. And so there was a conversation that we had a little bit, not that I'm saying that I'm making this recommendation, but I wanted to make sure you had this information in your hands about having kind of 2 different meetings a month. One is more of a, thinking and questioning and exploring meeting, and then one is a voting meeting. And other boards do this, so you guys had brought this up, and so I wanted to give you just kind of some parameters and what that could look like, and what, I even put, and I also put in here a little bit of the way you get information, so some recommendations on there. These are just, so this is mostly meeting cadence and process and structure, including agendas. So I'm going to give this to you in the hopes that we can talk about it more in our next training, but that way you'll have it.
Could we also pick a date for the next training, so it doesn't go away from us too? If y'all remind me, what day of the week works best for everybody? Is it a Monday?
Because we also need to reset goals, and
Right.
we really need to do that fast.
Now is a really good time to ask me because my calendar's super
Okay.
clear.
So
So
is
there's any day of the week except Friday. My husband doesn't like
So
Fridays.
I know some people had different, Mondays is good?
Monday's fine.
Okay,
Tuesdays don't work for me.
okay. So how about if we looked at,
Don't work for me.
Mondays don't work?
Thursday.
Okay, so how about if we looked at Monday the 15th? That would be, of course, August.
Works for me.
Yeah, it works for me as well.
Works for me.
Okay, perfect.
Does that work for you?
Did it work for you, Patricia?
You were, oh, he had a,
Oh, okay.
That one's a
doesn't
tough
work.
one for me.
Okay, then,
Okay.
How are Wednesdays? Are those bad? Wednesdays are excellent for me.
Wednesdays work for me.
how about August the 17th?
First day of school?
Yeah. I mean, it's only us, so.
Well, I know, but is.
Do you
we need
do you
some
think you might
staffers
have
for
some?
the Board goals, and they're gonna be tired.
Yeah.
That'll be the first day of school.
Okay, so then,
I'm just trying to respect
no,
staff.
I appreciate that.
Because they'll be out of campuses, I'm sure.
I can't on the 24th, because I've already been invited to a campus event. So,
22nd? Oh, wait, no, you guys can't do Mondays, right?
No, we can do Mondays.
I would say let's just leave it on the 17th. Oh, but that does leave it for you guys back to back. The
'Cause there's a board
17th and
meeting
then
on the 18th.
But, oh, you said it doesn't work for you, Patricia. Sorry, okay.
No, the 17th is fine.
It was the 15th that didn't work for
15th
her.
was hard for me.
Okay, how about sooner rather than later? How about the 10th, August the 10th?
Fine
I
for
can
me.
do August 10th.
What day of the week is that?
Oh,
It's a
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
I'm not here.
You're not here, okay, let's keep going.
The 8th?
We're
The
already
8th,
gonna
I
be here.
just-
That's probably too soon.
No, the
Or-
8th is the one we just agreed on for the
Right.
board training for, to meet with our attorneys and our co-counsel.
We did? I mean, I can do it, but I didn't hear that.
Oh, I thought we said it was okay on the 8th.
Yeah.
I don't know if I heard that question. It works for
I
me, yeah.
didn't hear that either.
Okay,
Who
so,
we meeting with? What?
remember I had just said how we met with the bond council and with the people
You
from Wall.
mentioned that you guys met with the bond council and it was short.
Right.
But
And
I
I had
didn't hear.
first thrown out the date of the 4th, and somebody said, no, y'all couldn't do it on the 4th, so I said, oh, how about the 8th?
Oh, okay. I think I missed the 8th question.
Yeah.
I heard the 4th. I remember that part of it.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it works. It's fine.
So it works
What day of the week is
a
that?
Monday
Monday.
Okay.
And is that gonna start at 5 or 6?
at 5, is that okay? Our special, we always try to start at 5.
So the 8th of August.
The 8th of August, so Betty, if you'll send them all an invite for Monday, August the 8th at 5.
Could you, I figured that discussion will take an hour or less.
Mm-hmm.
Could you have the training after?
Yeah, can we, if it's not a
Sure,
very
if
long
y'all are good with that.
conversation, just collapse it.
Yes.
Double dip it.
Okay.
That's what you're.
So start at 5, and it would be like 5 to 9.
5 to 9. And you can do, Patricia?
And
Okay.
would 3 hours be enough for you to, well, we can prioritize whatever is most important in the 3 hours. Okay.
So start at 6 or 5?
For you, 6, but for everybody else, 5.
Remind me why we're meeting on the 8th, Dr. Paul?
Because
The
when,
5 o'clock part.
that's okay, so when I met with our bond council, if the board were to decide to go for a bond in November, we probably wouldn't want to wait until our regular board meeting.
Okay.
And remember,
We'll talk about it.
you had even said, oh, I'm going to call them?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
just making sure, I'm like, did I dream all this
No,
conversation?
it all came right back.
Okay,
You said
okay.
that. So, got it.
So everybody's good?
Yeah.
Awesome.
One more checkout.
Okay. What, like a one-word checkout? Huh? Oh, no, I was,
I want a one-word checkout.
Oh,
I can do mine. Mine is purposeful.
Purposeful.
I'll do mine, I'm more enlightened.
I'm happy. We had a really good conversation today. I think we,
Yeah, I'm going to use the word optimistic. There we go. Optimistic.
Okay, satisfied as well.
good. got more paper and more books in my library.
Ready?
To go.
It's okay, we knew what the end of that sentence was. All right, so there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 9:10. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.